I just hope you stick out there and stay with us while we'll give you the best of the stories.
Okay, well, we also have Image of God right here in the studio. I'm still yet to learn his full name. Sunday
Okwelebe.
Okoelegbe.
Yeah, just keep trying. One day you get to try. Good afternoon, Pataka. Good afternoon to everyone in the studio. I'm so excited to be here. You know, a lot on the menu today. So I'm really excited to be here.
And Nathaniel Yeri also joins us this afternoon. Nathaniel, good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, Victor. Good afternoon to my colleague right here in the studio. Good afternoon to all sport fans all over the world. And it's great to be here to talk sport.
I tell you, we have so much to talk about. Normally, we do just European football, but we just cannot help but talk a little about the Roland Garros happening, the final. The women's final will be taking place by 2 o'clock. We'll be giving you updates as well as the build up to that particular one. And then the NBA, just a tidbit as regards what happened. And then tomorrow we'll do more justice to it. We would have been talking the Super Eagles, but we'll leave that to the second part. I know a lot of callers, a lot of listeners are itching to make their contributions on as regards the Super Eagles match against the Desert Foxes of Algeria yesterday. But by 4 p.m., Wisdom Obina and the rest of the guys would be here to talk about everything that transpired, and then you can share your views. But today we'll be talking, looking at the different clubs and the transfer business. How did it go? Did your team in the Premier League, in the Spanish La Liga, did they perform? Were you excited as regards their transfer dealings? And also some players also very much on the menu. The likes of Paul Pogba. He's talking about how he dreams of playing for Real Madrid. And Mesut Ozil, once again, the man has been left out of the Arsenal squad for the UEFA Europa League. It seems he might have played his last game for the Gunners. What do you think? What do you make about all of this? And so much, I tell you. But the show is really packaged to be interactive, so we always urge you to be a part of the conversation. And you can do so by leaving us a message on any of our feedback platforms. Well, for SMS or WhatsApp, you can send those messages to the number 0701 933 9962. I take it again. You can send your text or WhatsApp messages to the number 0701 933 9962, and we will be reading them live on the show. You can also tweet at us at TodayFM 951 at TodayFM 951, but do well to copy me. My handle is at Victor Oriahi, at Victor Oriahi. You can also copy the guys in the studio. Chidubem, what's your handle?
At Chidubem NG.
At Chidubem NG. How about you, Nathaniel?
At Nati Denach.
Come again?
At Nati Denach.
At Nati Denach.
Yeah.
NATTYDNATCH. I can say it on your face cap. How about you, Image of God?
It's at Gentle Sunday 91.
At Gentle Sunday 91. But you can just send your tweet and tag every or one of us, and we'll be reading your tweets on the show. Don't go anywhere. The show begins proper after the show timeout.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Well, let's start with the Roland Garros. That's one lady who, surprising a lot of tennis lovers is the lady Iga Swiatek. Well, she has made the bold and charmingly teenage claim that she doesn't care whether she wins the Roland Garros or not. I think we've seen this over time. But I tell you, the lady has been spectacular in this particular Roland Garros. She and her partner, Nico Melisha, were just beaten in the semifinals of the women's double. Else she would have been, present in two different finals, both for the singles and for the double. Swiatek has remarkably dropped just 23 points games rather in 6 singles matches, the fewest by a French Open finalist since Mary Pierce lost only 10 games while sprinting to the 1994 title match. She's been heralded a new superstar of tennis and can join the rank of teenage Grand Slam winners at Roland Garros. A passport to prosperity, you want to say. And in the Open era, there have been 13 previous teenage women single champions at majors. Let me start with you, Chidubem. You've seen the lady play. You already know who Sophia Kenin is. Her prestige, her record speaks for itself. But against a teenager who somehow has been getting the job done, would you say you are surprised by the finalist at the Roland Garros this year?
Well, ordinarily, I should have been surprised. Before the tournament started, I'm not sure a lot of people knew about Iga Swiatek. I don't even think I knew so much about her, or maybe I paid so much attention, let me put it that way, to the lady, because she was really unfancied. I mean, she's even outside the first top 50 bracket when it comes to the WTA. 54. Exactly. So she's been on a fast rise, albeit if you look at her story right from when she started from the juniors and even came to the senior level. It's been fantastic tennis from Iga Swiatek, and the clay is her favorite surface. So I'm maybe not so surprised that she's made it thus far. I think when a lot of tennis faithfuls began to pay attention to her was after she took out Simona Halep, like she wasn't even there. I mean, 6-1, 6-2. You don't do that to a player like Simona Halep. It was a proper beating. Felt like what Aston Villa did to Liverpool now in football, 7-2. I mean, it's a statement of intent, and she did that. And from that moment, a lot of eyes and searchlights were beamed on her, because it looked like she was a lady to watch out for. And look where she is. Took out Pedrosa again in the semi-finals without even sweating. Really, she didn't break a sweat to do that one. It was so easy. And Pedrosa herself, Nadia, has been quite impressive in the tournament as well. The first qualifier now to get to the semi-final of that tournament, the Roland Garros. Impressive. Somehow she couldn't even stand her own against Swiatek. It looked like she was playing against a 20-time Grand Slam champion. And Sophia Kenin on her own part we know her story. You know, most impressive tennis player for 2019. Came into this year quite on fire. Won the Australian Open. Had some embarrassing moments, albeit this year. I think was beating 6-love in the Italian Open by Victoria Azarenka, which was quite embarrassing for her. But somehow she's coming to this tournament on a high. She's played quite solid tennis. You know, took out Petra Kvitova in the semis. It was fine display. Although Kvitova had so many unforced errors in that game, 31, which is quite massive for a player of her quality. But somehow Kenin found her way to the final. She's here, playing good tennis. We all know what Kenin brings to the table. She's very aggressive. You think of Kenin, you think of a Rafael Nadal, for instance. They go at you. They are not your regular prim and proper kind of player. She's a very aggressive player. You know, she has a good serve also. But I think she has met a perfect match. If it were to be a couple, maybe a man and a woman, I would say they are compatible. Because Swiatek is a very cool person, prim and proper. She's calm and collected. So it's almost the opposite of what Kenin will give you. Kenin is aggressive and fast. It looks like fire. So it's going to make for a very interesting final in about 45 minutes time, or 42 now. It's going to be very exciting from both two players. I want to see what both of them have brought to this table. Swiatek has been by far the best defensive player in this tournament. Like you read out in the stats you just gave, she's not dropped so many game points this tournament, all through this tournament. Yet to drop a set so far. It's been brilliant tennis from the lady all through. At just 19 years, there's a lot ahead of her, and you just can't imagine how good it's going to be for Swiatek. But I think both of them being in the final, no surprises for me.
Image of God, we are having two young stars. Sophia Kenin is a 21-year-old, if I guess she's 21. And I'm talking of Swiatek, who is just 19 years old. Do you think the future of tennis, it seems like these days we are beginning to have familiar faces in tennis. We know that if Naomi Osaka doesn't go really far, Sophia Kenin has been one name who was always over there. And right now, Swiatek is coming into the mix. Do you think we're having the future of tennis just, how do I put it? The future of tennis, basically, we're seeing it now.
Okay. For Sophia Kenin, I don't know about, yes, she's 21, but she's a Grand Slam winner. So she's not that young again in the world of tennis, if you ask me. So, well, you can actually say that, but due to the inconsistencies we've seen in the world of WTA now, you won't put it past these two girls to fade out next year. They are having a massive year this year. They are playing really well. I mean, Iga Swiatek. Each time I watch the lady play, I just remember a certain Djokovic. She chases down every ball. She's very defensive. She's not she doesn't have the strongest
Serve.
She doesn't have the strongest forehand or backhand or whatever. But she is very the course. You just have to play. And so I really like her, and she's a massive fan of Rafael Nadal. The other match she won the other day, while they were interviewing her, she had to ask that Nadal is playing, right? I think Nadal was having his match in the other call, and she was like, Nadal is still playing, right? They were like, yeah, okay, yes, I'm good. She's a massive fan of Rafael Nadal. A player that plays like Djokovic and likes Rafael Nadal, you should know what she's, what she's about, really. So I really feel we can actually say they are the future of tennis, and we can only hope that they live to expect.
Joins us in the studio, Reliance. Good afternoon. Real quick before we leave tennis, who takes it home? Iga Swiatek, Sofia Kenin, Nathaniel.
It's a very dicey one to make, but with the kind of performance Iga Swiatek have put on since the opening of the French Open, I really give it to her because she's quite very defensive, and the way she have been bonding out to all her opponents, like I said yesterday.
Okay, Reliance, how about you?
I think I've always been on the side of Sofia Kenin from when she got to the quarters. And maybe I looked at Elena Vitolina at some point, but it wasn't to be. And there were many who also had hopes on Petra Kvitova.
Okay.
It wasn't to be. So Sofia Kenin at this point is the most experienced among the two. Grand Slam winner. Last year was very amazing for her. Got a couple of WTA titles to her ranks, and then at the same time, you look at how she started 2020, winner of the Australian Open. And I think one thing I've learned about Sofia Kenin is her ability to soak up pressure. Could record the AO finals against Gabi Muguruza. Muguruza brought the experience to the fore. She rose to a love 40 lead, but at some point she had to tidy it up to Sofia Kenin, and then she played almost like someone under pressure, but she was able to soak it all and then eventually win the finals. Then we've also seen that in the past 2 weeks, Sofia Kenin has gone to 3 sets in 4 of her past 5 matches. It's final, isn't she? So, but when you look at the experience and the ability of Sofia Kenin to soak those pressures, because one thing about Toronto is her defense, but what happens on a day when your defense fails you, when you face someone with much more better aggression, so that's why I stick out my neck for Sofia Kenin.
Sofia Kenin, you say is Iga Swiatek. How about you, Image of God?
Yeah, I'll go with Reliance on this one because Sofia Kenin going to come at her. She's very aggressive.
Okay.
So I'm going for Sofia Kenin.
So 2 for Sofia Kenin, 1 for Iga Swiatek. Should be the tiebreaker.
I don't know a more aggressive player than Simona Halep and Podorosa, so I think she's faced it all when it comes to aggression. And Swiatek is going to take it. I think she's going to take it, but definitely the bookmaker's favorite is Sofia Kenin.
Okay, so the guys in the studio,
it's going to be really close. Right?
Not unanimous decision. I tell you, 2-2. Some guys say it's going to be Iga Swiatek, 2 of them, and the other 2 says it's going to be Sofia Kenin. Well, let's wait to see how that one pans out. But real quick, Reliance, were you surprised at the result in the NBA? Looking at Miami Heat and LA Lakers, a thrilling game, I tell you, with Miami Heat winning that one 111-108 to make sure it goes into Game 5.
Was that surprise?
Game 6, rather.
Was that surprise? Well, I could tell a little bit of surprise, though. A little bit of surprise that they were able to do it, but I was not entirely surprised because I said something yesterday on the show when we talked about NBA that it would take another triple-double performance from Jimmy Butler to push for Game 6. And the man delivered a triple-double performance yesterday. It wasn't a 40-point triple-double performance, but a triple-double. I think he scored about 37 points or thereabouts. 35 points. So that is what was expected. Now, I think at this point, there is a way that the series is being taken by either of Lakers or Heat. First 2 games was for the Lakers. Second one, the Heat took it. Third one, that should be the fourth game now. Went to the Lakers and then the fifth back to the Heat. Now, if it continues that way, I mean, this is just a laughable start anyways. But if it continues that way, then you're looking at, the Lakers taking the game 6 to eventually seal things. Surprisingly, the bubble was already getting preparations, putting things in order as of yesterday for a party. And the owners of the bubble now, what it meant originally used for before the NBA games, were getting things set, to return back to their normal business, but it wasn't to be, thanks to Jimmy Butler's performance. Because, I mean, he was the star man. He has always been the star man. Bam was unable to put even up to 20 points. So, one thing which I believe is not going the way of the Lakers, or didn't go the way of the Lakers last night or the early hours of today, is AD. AD has put in more of a great performance, a great and a massive performance, and the man looked tired. In the early hours of today, he was trying to carry himself. Despite that, he was still able to put up, I think, up to 28 points or thereabout. At some points, need to be made. That's one thing that also didn't count for Doc Rivers when he was in charge of Clippers. There were points that he didn't need to depend on Paul George because it was not as seal up the holes. But last night, I think Frank Vogel should have made that drastic decision of maybe limiting the number of minutes that AD played last night when you observe how he started. But that wasn't to be. So basically, the reason why I was not altogether surprised is
because you can't judge a transfer because you've not seen them play yet. So we are judging them based on
and I was yet to play a single match. He is yet to play. So when you look at holistic and maybe inconsistent to start talking about their performance. But that's why I started that way, that what you're looking at is what were the lapses in the club. Now, what kind of player did you expect to fill in that gap? Far back when, not really far back, left the club and all. Now, Lucas Torreira was brought in. I could recall then I was still here. Exact same seat that I am. And the lady then was on that side of things. And I was like, we were covering a live match involving Arsenal. And I saw the shambolic display from the midfield. I saw that the leakage point, for Arsenal at that point was the midfield. And that the opponent turned it to their strongest point, and they were height, but stature and being a defensive midfielder and energy and all. So I said, brought in Lucas Torreira. When she asked me, at this point, what do you think should be in? So we are basically looking at the quality of the players, the club they represented in the past, the league they are coming from. What can they bring? Now, is it this place or is it this department that the club needed someone to fill in? You would easily agree that one of the leakage points for Chelsea at this point, or maybe before now, was that wing being controlled by Marcos Alonso. And Ben Chilwell was brought in. You also agree that the defensive pairing, we basically didn't know who was pairing who at that central defense. Is it Tomori? Is it Christensen? Is it Rudiger? But a commander was brought in the mood of who? Thiago Silva. So we're basically looking at from that angle. At this point, it's going smoothly for Everton, but how long can they continue? Because a lot could change. Some of these players, nothing is being said about them anymore.
All right, but speaking about Everton, the manager Carlo Ancelotti was named the Premier League Manager of the Month for September, while Dominic Calvert-Lewin made it a clean sweep for the club as the informed striker won the Player of the Month prize announced yesterday, 2009 and 2011. Ancelotti has guided Everton to the top of the Premier League after winning their opening 4 league matches for the first time since Harry Catterick's team in 1969-1970 season. Calvert-Lewin's goals and the fine form of Ancelotti new signings told Everton's website, "I am really pleased to win this award. I think it is a great achievement for this month. I have to share with my team because they started the season really well. We hope to continue and to win this award again. I think the key was the first game against Tottenham. Tottenham is a really good team, but we really did well and won away from home. That victory increased our confidence and belief for this new season. It was a really good start." Well, Calvert-Lewin is Everton's first player of the month, first Premier League player of the month since Romelu Lukaku in 2017. The 23-year-old has scored 6 goals in 4 league games this season and netted on his England debut in the friendly win against Wales on Thursday. Ancelotti also spoke about Dominic, saying that Dominic had a fantastic month. He deserved to be the player of the month. He's young, but he has had a lot of improvements. This last month, he has been really focused in the box, and this is the reason he scored a lot of goals. There is purpose with every single game that you've seen so far. And what would be the height for the club this season? What do you think their target should be? Should they just be finishing top half of the table, or should they start looking at maybe winning the title or maybe finishing in Champions League position?
I remember in 2015 when Leicester won the league.
Yeah, 2015-2016 season.
Yeah, they actually started like this. You know, they won the first game, they won the second game, they won the third game. I think it was when they took out Man City that people started taking them seriously, and that was about match day 15 or so, match day 11 to 15. So I can't really remember. But at this point, if I were to advise Ancelotti, I think you should take every game as they come. You know, it's not too good to look far, too far ahead of what is actually happening. You have the Carabao Cup, you have the FA Cup, you have other competitions that you need to focus on, and it is very, very important that you know how to prioritize things. True. And therefore, Calvert-Lewin, I'm really, really happy for him because, from what Ancelotti said, if he was a striker in that team, he would score goals. And the man is actually proving it.
He said he will score at least 20 goals this season. He scored 10 already.
There's a lot of support from James Rodriguez, from Richarlison, all around. He has enough support. So I don't see any excuse from him not to score goals, and he's actually living up to that expectation. So I feel we can actually start believing now. I don't see why not. They have the team. They are playing really well. They played against a Tottenham side that we all agree that they are part of the teams that won the transfer window. They beat these guys and they didn't play.
But you want to say their signings were not present in that game? The very first game of the season.
Okay, Tottenham, right?
Yes.
Okay, fine. But the Tottenham of last season and then the Everton of last season, put them side by side. This match last season, I think it would have gone the way of Tottenham if you look at it. I don't know. I think they played at the new Tottenham Stadium. No, it was a very impressive win for the Everton side. And I think their next match is against Liverpool. Merseyside derby. So I think that is when we actually know if they are here to deceive us or to actually impress and then go all the way. But I feel at this point it's not too early to start believing in those guys.
Okay, Chidubem, normally we say when a striker is in form, whatever he touches turns to gold. Do you think that is the case with Dominic Calvert-Lewin, as the man improved all round?
Well, it's hard to say. Dominic Calvert-Lewin is one player that came in with huge expectations and he never really fulfilled them. But good, I think this season he's beginning to get the goals. And the thing about having this kind of run, like you said, everything works for you at this period, but it just takes that moment of
one
quietness.
Thing to happen.
No, not really one thing to happen though. We all know strikers will have that period when the goals will not just come. It's how you handle that period. It's what separates the big strikers from the regular ones. That's why a Hurricane could go 6 matches without scoring and come back with consecutive hat-tricks. You understand? So it's down for Calvert-Lewin to keep his head down, play the games as they come. He has the supplies right now. I mean, Alex Iwobi is one of the smallest beats when it comes to supplies, and he's quite a creative player. You've got Sigurdsson, you've got Bernard, you've got James Rodriguez. These are quality players who could serve you the balls at any time. So I think the goal should come, himself and Richarlison. Richarlison has started slowly. He's the person that you would have thought ordinarily before the season started would be in the position of Dominic Calvert-Lewin. You would have thought he would be the one to get the goals, at least with what he did last season and a season before that. But good thing is Calvert-Lewin. I'm a bit held back really to start talking about it too much because the season is just fresh. We've seen similar runs like this from strikers in the past, and some way somehow they fizzle out. So but for Calvert-Lewin, the supplies are there. Like his coach did say, he will get the supplies. So it's up to him to bury them. So far, he has been doing it. And right now, his confidence is high. It just takes that period of a drought, so to speak. If he manages that drought period well, good and fine, we can be seeing
And then
him.
he scored for England also.
Exactly. We can see him have one of those fairy tale runs and, maybe go on to do something very good for himself, like we saw Danny Ings do last season. Go on to get double figures or 20 goals now in the Premier League and make a statement for the highest goal scorer. But right now, it's quite early to call.
Well, his highest tally was last season when he scored goals. This is 6 appearances for the man, and he's gotten 9 goals already in his debut appearance for the Three Lions in all competitions. In his debut appearance for the Three Lions of England, he also got a goal in that game. Let me come to you, Nathaniel. The coach of English national man is a complete striker. Do you agree with him? When you think of all the top strikers in England right now, you think of Jamie Vardy, you think of Harry Kane, you think of Danny Ings. Does Calvert-Lewin comes to your mind as well?
Yeah, basically, I totally agree with Southgate right there. And just to add to what Chief Justice said, and looking at Calvert-Lewin last season, it wasn't that too spectacular, it wasn't that too brilliant, but he has worked on some of his major techniques in terms of how he elevates and how to get the right contact with the ball when it comes to the head, and also he has worked perfectly on his positioning, how to position himself in the center of the box to get the perfect pass from the midfielders and all that. As at last season, this wasn't happening. It was just, drifting from the side, trying to make some runs. But currently now, it's totally complete. He can dribble. He can take on defender one-on-one. His accuracy when it comes to shooting, he has improved on that. And the most fantastic thing about him right now is that how he elevates and nods ball. He has worked majorly on that actually, and it's been great for him. And
we played as 2 strikers.
Yeah,
all through last season. That was what they did. I think that was because Richarlison has not really come into himself. He is fast. Like Southgate said, he is fast. He is very good aerially. He can pass the ball. He can play around with the men up front. But this season, we've seen that Ancelotti has actually drafted Richarlison to the side because they are not very confident in Calvert-Lewin to actually man that position and they get the goals. And I think how to position, how to head the ball, how to bring others into play. And I think that's just what is happening on the field of play.
But when you look at the typical last season, if my memory can serve me very well, most of his goals, fine, he played up front, but most of his goals, he drift mainly from the left side. He drift mainly from the
that's because he played from the right hand side of the attack. He wasn't really a winger last season. There were 2 strikers, and he always played from the side. That was what happened last season. But this season, he's been drafted to the side. He's playing as a winger.
Yeah, that's where he flourished most to me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's very productive now. He brings in the ball, and he also scores.
Yeah.
So he's very good for Everton now.
Okay. Oh.
Everton running with the form of their life. They have an experienced manager, Ancelotti.
True. Yeah.
It's easy at this point. I mean, anybody could easily remember that Everton has always done, how should I put it now, a B+ business in the transfer market, season in, season out. The former manager then, Silva, I need to remember his full name.
Marco Silva.
Marco Silva was in charge of that team. I think he's the person that brought in a certain Sanchez or thereabouts. Can't recall exactly, but
Renato Sanchez.
Yeah.
Is it Renato or Davinson Sanchez from
Davinson
Everton?
Sanchez.
That's from Ajax.
There's a Sanchez in Tottenham that plays at the defense.
Davinson Sanchez from Ajax.
To Everton, right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
No, to
Tottenham.
To Tottenham.
Yeah, there's no Sanchez.
There's no Sanchez in Everton.
No.
Okay. My brain playing tricks with me. So basically, he gets the money. I mean, whoever will be in charge of management of players in the team, Everton, and then gets the players what you may describe as maybe B+ players or just B class players, and then unable to deliver the results. The difference at this point for me, Victor, is the manager. The players they brought in, you could talk about the pivots, talking about the midfield, the rotation of Alan, Doucouré, James Rodriguez, fantastic. These are new signings for Everton, aren't they? And their usefulness has also been brought upon us early enough, in the Premier League. So yeah, the players themselves are good. James Rodriguez is not a bad player. I mean, I think he has been Spanish La Liga, German Bundesliga, now in the EPL. So he should come in with a lot of experience. And then the problem for him must have been, lack of this playing time, or someone to just show the confidence on him and give him the playing time to explode as much as. Basically, the point I'm driving at is, yeah, the players are good. Dominic Calvert-Lewin was part of the team last season, wasn't he?
He was.
And Richarlison was also part of the team, wasn't he? Yeah. And we have new players, and right now we're seeing the brilliance of the central forward in Calvert-Lewin. I think the credit at this one should go to the manager.
Yeah.
I mean, able to utilize these players as much as you would expect. When we are talking about Chelsea's Frank Lampard and how he should rotate his midfield, you do make reference to Everton with how Carlo Ancelotti is utilizing the trio of Rodriguez, Doucouré, and Alan. And you start talking about Frank Lampard, that this is as much as you could have done, in a particular match. So how long would they continue? It's another question which is yet to be fully answered. We're waiting for the season to go in. There are what we call dying stages of the season. Can they continue that much? Do they have the depth in squad to continue that much? What happens, if maybe one of the link of the midfield, maybe in Alan or maybe in Doucouré, it's missing? How would Carlo Ancelotti, an experienced manager, no doubt, what will he come up with? The players is going to come up with, or the formation is going to come up with, will it be enough to seal the hole and also to keep giving the team the result?
All right.
These are the questions yet to be answered on the lips of so many persons. But at this point, I will credit everything happening. Let me not say everything altogether. Let's say 80% of the success of Everton at this point after 4 match days to the manager.
All right. Now, let's look at the goals being scored in the Premier League. I tell you, the Premier League, the season has started with a goal fest. Sunday's came with Aston Villa, of course, scoring 7 against Liverpool, and Tottenham campaign. Let's look at some statistics, as there have been 144 goals in 38 games this season. That is 40 more than after the first 38 games of last season. And 11 of the 38 games this season have featured at least 5 goals. That's the highest percentage in a season since the 1960-1961 season. On Sunday, Liverpool became the first reigning champions to concede 7 goals in a game since Arsenal in 1953. We also there have been an average of 3.79 goals per game, the highest in an English top flight since the 3.95 goals per game in the 1930 season. This has been the goals being scored are the highest. Goals have been scored rather at the highest rate in the English top flight for the first time in 90 years. Guys, let me start with you. What do you think is responsible for this goal madness we're seeing? I mean, the goals come from everywhere. We saw it from one of the very first games of the season, Leeds United versus Liverpool. It ended 4 goals to 3. I think it was just a clear indication of what is to happen. And so far, it's been goals galore from major centers. West Bromwich Albion played out a 3-3 draw with Liverpool, with Chelsea at a point in time. We've seen Leeds again. I can't remember the team they played. Was it Fulham as well? They did score 4-2 or 4-3 thereabouts. What do you think is responsible for the insane amount of goals we've seen?
Well, it's difficult to really say. But I think in recent times there's been a shift from defensive kind of football, paying so much attention to defense. A lot of managers would rather dwell on their attacking prowess now, their attacking acuity, than dwell on defending. And defensive managers are getting a bit stale. Jose Mourinho, for instance, and the man is even changing. He's working a lot more on the offensive these days, and we can see it in his teams. He sharpened his team's ability to attack. Heung-min Son, Harry Kane drifting even deeper to, make Son perform at a better level and get the ball quite faster, since they couldn't maybe totally replace Eriksen. But I think generally it's the first few games of the season. Normally we see a a number of goals when the season starts, because there's this rashness that comes. It's just like a football game in the 15 minutes. There's usually this, uncertainty around it. People trying different things, running around, before the game settles in, and then we see the beauty of the season. I think this is just that part of the season where we really don't know where the season is headed. So everybody's trying the new buys, Oli Watkins, even the ones who have been psyched by their manager, psyched up now. Dominic Calvert-Lewin, for instance, Lacazette is trying to get into the picture again since he was almost sold this summer. A lot of some of these players. Salah had a pretty quiet season by his standards last season. The man scored 5 goals already this season. So it looks like a number of players will be trying to get back to that level where these goals conceded. Liverpool conceding 7 against Aston Villa, conceding 3 against Leeds. It shows you that Manchester issues you can't understand actually, but they've always been having issues with their defense since the start of the season. But you can also give an excuse for that. The absence of a lot of their players this time around could have played a role in that. But you look at Liverpool conceding as much. The defense, the attention to defense is not as much. It feels like they're all about scoring the goals.
Exactly.
You look at the high line that Liverpool keeps. It's a bit higher than what they did last season. It feels like the defenders are midfielders these days. If you watch Liverpool's game, even the one against Arsenal, the Arsenal players were scared to go at Liverpool. Aston Villa wasn't. They weren't scared. They went at them and they got the goals. At Leeds, the same thing. Just that Leeds had an equally shambolic defense, so they couldn't make up for the goals they scored. Arsenal couldn't go at them, like I said. So it feels like if you go at Liverpool this season, you're going to get the goals against them, and it could be a problem for other teams as well. But generally, I would say it's just the first few matches of the season. Maybe one of those peculiar seasons, because you really can't tell the stories behind these things sometimes. They just come, they happen, you see the goals coming at plenty. But I think when the season settles in, the goals naturally will drop.
Image of God, do you think it's a situation of awful defending and terrible goalkeeping that is causing the number of goals we're seeing? Let me just read some of the games that has produced the biggest goals or the largest goals so far in the season. Liverpool defeated Leeds 4-3, 7-3. Everton defeated West Bromwich Albion 5-2. Tottenham defeated Southampton 5-2. Leeds defeated Fulham 4-3. Leicester defeated Man City 5-2. Tottenham defeated Manchester United 6-1, and Liverpool lost to Aston Villa 7-2.
Okay. One thing stands out in the stats you just read out. Those guys scoring goal. You will notice that they actually invested in attackers. They actually invested in their attackers, so to say. Yeah. So Aston Villa, we saw
Oli Watkins,
and we also saw Ross Barkley. Ross
Barkley.
Barkley was very fantastic in that game. Though he got just 1 goal, which was a deflection. But his gameplay, his all-round play, I saw that match, and I think the guy was really beautiful to watch. And then look at the Tottenham side. Sergio Reguilon, that guy is not brought in to come and defend. I mean, I watched this guy last season at Sevilla. He attacked. He's the best. He was the best left back at Sevilla last season in La Liga, in fact.
Yeah, in La
so he
Liga.
was not really brought in to come and defend. Like he said, Jose Mourinho is trying to rebrand his game. He's focusing on the attacking side of football now. He's trying to tweak the dynamics at the front line, where you see Harry Kane just dropping back to also create, which is very good for Harry Kane. You score, you create. He has a way of boosting your confidence. So I think it's not about defenders defending shambolically. I just think people are paying more attention to attacking football, and then this is just the result.
Okay, but
I've been trying to think something, tilting toward the direction of image of God. I've been to wrap my head around the signings in the Premier League in the just concluded season and how many defenders were signed. Like proper defenders now were signed. Then you go to the midfield, how many of them? I think you can count them. Like you could just pick a couple of defenders being signed, maybe defensive midfielders. But look at the on the attacking aspect of it, I think we have had more attackers being signed to the Premier League than defenders. I've been trying to get figures, but unfortunately
it's difficult to say. Really.
I couldn't. I couldn't get figures. So
Is it?
I think the Premier League is looking at boosting the attacks. They are more concentrating on the attacks. Now, we always say that the best way to defend is to attack. Because once you gain control of the match, attacking wise, I mean, that means you're always dominating the game. So you pay less attention to, the defense. That's why the likes of Liverpool could go high line. That's why the likes of Bayern Munich under Hansi Flick could go high line as much as they do, because they totally dominate the game from the midfield defensive line, and then they basically forgot that they had their own defense, to take care of. So now that could also count, although we can't totally determine at this point, but that could also count, investing more on the attackers in the Premier League, just to increase the number of goals being scored, and individual brilliance as well, and how the managers are trying. Maybe Dominic Calvert-Lewin could also be an instance in this case. So the Premier League is basically looking at more goals, and the defenders now, I think fullbacks are more wanted in the market these days in football than natural defenders. I mean, if you're playing four-man defense, you're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, two central defenders, and then the other two are the other side,
left and right,
either side, left and right. But who are there? Are they fullbacks? Are they natural defenders? You discover that there are more fullbacks, which being fullback, I think it gives you that advantage of advancing forward, and also coming back, as the case may be. So
some people say it's the result of the absence of fans that is causing the number of goals, that the crowd jeering, that so I can't remember who made it. He was making reference to the game. I think Michael Keane was making reference to the Liverpool's game against Aston Villa, and saying after Adrian considered that goal, if the fans had booed him seriously, he would have woken up and he would not make any error of such. Is the absence of fans really contributing? Some say that the adrenaline of the defenders are, especially how do I put it? The adrenaline of the defenders are
they lack the 12th man support.
Yes, something like that. You could say that. So, do you think the absence of fans is causing the increase of goals?
Actually, not really, but to some extent it contributes, because when you have fans in your home stadium, they give you that extra boost,
It gives you the extra boost to score more.
To score more, and also to do the proper defending.
It's important. It's not just about scoring.
Yes, and to me, what I've looked at it in this angle, in the sense that I've looked at all the Premier League team, not even apart from the Premier League team, even in other clubs, they mainly, like before, unlike before, when we have the left and the right flanks, mainly close to the central defenders. But right now, all they're thinking is to go forward. All they're thinking is to, be more of in line of the creativity in the middle, or to get some kind of goals and all that. Before now, it wasn't like that. Like the days of the time of the Lauren and all that in Arsenal, they also do that, but they concentrated mainly on defending. But right now, they are thinking, their attention is how to go forward, to see how they can help the attack to be more aggressive, to be more sharp, to get the goals. That's what is really happening, and I won't be surprised if this kind of results comes in the future, and it will definitely comes. We can't think that it will definitely come, because that's where the whole thing is being trending to right now.
The thing is, in the world of basketball, when the fans are there, sometimes when the game, is getting you see that I've never heard them shout attack, never. So I'm just trying to reason with this quote you just read now. I'm just trying to, this is true, but then ordinarily you will feel that the fans actually want goals. You feel that the fans actually want goals. Nobody wants to go to the field to watch a boring football match. Nobody wants to go to the field to see people goals and see what happens.
But the fans, sorry to come in. Even as we see the Roland Garros upon us, Iga Swiatek now is taking on Sofia Kenin. I think Iga Swiatek she's already taken the first game, so it's 1 game point for her.
She's about to break now,
and
she has a break point.
Okay, is that I can't see properly from here.
Yeah, 40-30.
Okay, 40-30. She leads in the second game, but good for her. Good for her team. Bits like she has been playing Dortmund, the Nou Camp, even the Santiago Bernabeu. You can't go to those stadiums and have peace of mind. The fans. You could be one-on-one with and before you know you're playing the fan, you're giving them the ball. You just play to them. Say take. You don't know how you make the mistakes. So sometimes these fans could actually play a part. I'm not
sure.
I'm not owing everything to them. But
Okay.
they have a part because
Are we having defenders now defend 10 we cause handballs? We're having a lot of penalties in this. We've had more penalties.
Yeah, statistically, VAR has a collective responsibility, collective failure, so to speak, from the defense, or a tactical error, from the teams. We've seen it with Liverpool United. In that case, some defenders were just awful, and generally, too, the defense was not the best you could find. Chelsea, the same thing. We had issues. There were a lot of issues about the formation used, the player deployment, and everything. So it was not about the players being particularly careful. I mean, we've not seen situations where a player has a ball to defend and runs away from it because, well, I don't want to tackle you. That would be a different kettle of fish. But I think so far what we've seen is, I would just see it as one of those peculiar seasons. We have goals, and like we've tried to put out here. A lot of clubs are now paying a whole lot more attention to attacking than defending, and it's been something that's been happening. If you've been following the trend of goal scoring in the Premier League,
it's been rising.
Yeah. So it's not just about this season; it's been on the rise for the past few seasons now because attacking football has come to stay. In the past, we would have been talking about defenders having a field there and all that, but these days
it's not like that. In other leagues, they are just having their normal season. But in the Premier League, the goals are rising. So I really agree with goal scoring records have always been rising.
Okay.
Yeah, even at that, it's all about, as you rightly said, carefulness also add to it because unlike before, when the VAR has not come to play, most of the defenders they defend aggressively. They give this kind of extraordinary robustness in the defensive angle, and just take a look at some of the incident that occurred during last week encounter.
Well, just to cut in, Nathaniel, it seems like we might just be having a really quick Roland Garros final. 8 minutes gone already, and Iga Swiatek has taken game 3. It is currently 3-love in favor of the 19-year-old Polish woman.
I'm loving her.
It's really too early.
It's
too early to call.
It's not too early.
It's 2 sets.
It's 2 sets.
Yeah, it's too early to call.
It's not too early.
It's just 2 games.
Yeah,
just one break. She's just one break up.
For female, it's just 2 sets.
Yeah, I know, but she's just one break up in the first set.
Exactly. It's quite too early to call.
It's too early to call for me.
But she has started nicely, and it's good for her confidence. But anything could happen. I mean, we've seen lots and lots of times players come back from a set down to get the victory.
And then if you watch,
it's just the first set. It's not even like we're in the set. I mean, we've even seen tougher situations where players had to dig deep to get out of. So it's not the first time we've seen this kind of situation in tennis. But it's a good one for her as Swiatek. It builds her confidence and gives her kind of levels the fears and doubts and everything and the tensions a bit for her.
Victor, when I talked about pressure earlier on, this is where I was coming from. I think I did mention that this lady has gone to 5 sets, 3 sets now in 4 of her past 5 matches in the last 2 weeks. Sophia Kenin. And in the Australian Open final early this year, January 2020, it was almost a similar situation. Gabi Muguruza raised at Sophia Kenin, but what was the result? So I'm not surprised with what is happening. It's likely one of those slow starts for Sophia Kenin. We could see anything happen along the line. I love the aggression I'm seeing coming in from Iga Swiatek as well. And anything can still happen. She could raise and come back. The pressure is already piling up on her. We are in the 4th game now of the 4th set. She has taken a 15-love. Let's just keep our fingers crossed. And
I mean, it's the women's tennis. They break themselves very easily. I mean, I watched a match between Muguruza and some other lady. She was leading 3-0 in the last set. In the last set, 3-0, and then she had advantage. That's just 1 point to make it 4-0 up into the match.
All right. Okay, now it is time to hear from you. We've been talking a lot already, and it's time to get your contribution as regards all we've discussed. First of all, what do you think is responsible for the huge or the large number of goals that we're seeing coming in the English Premier League? And then which team would you say won the transfer window for you? The summer transfer window is already closed in the English Premier League, except some teams you can actually still buy from EFL clubs until October 17. So what team would you say, or which team would you say has won the window for you? And then Carlo Ancelotti and Dominic Calvert-Lewin being crowned the Premier League player or Premier League manager and player of the month, respectively, for the month of September. What do you make of it? And do you think this is just initial gra-gra coming in from the boys from Goodison Park, the Merseyside team? Or do you expect them to pull off a Leicester City in this particular season? Let's get to hear from you. You can send your text and WhatsApp messages to the number 0701 933 9962. I take it again, 0701 933 9962. But then the phone lines are open. Let's get to hear from you. 0817 00 951. And you can also reach us on the other number, 0810 9510 951. I take it again, 0817 00 951 and 0810 9510 951. But you can also share your area of views as regards the Roland Garros right now. It promises to be really exciting, I tell you. Iga Swiatek taking on Sofia Kenin. 3-1 it is, still in the very first set. What do you make of it? And of course, other contributions as regards what we've spoken about. Let's hear from the scholar. Hello, good afternoon.
Okay, I just want to talk about the goldfish that we are seeing in this season.
Go ahead.
To me, I will say that the factor that is responsible for the goldfish is there is no more harassment from the fans, intimidation, the noise. The empty stadium is just a factor.
Okay.
The empty stadiums, some these little small clubs, when they come in a stadium like Old Trafford, when they see the crowds, they are shouting, they will lose control.
Lose confidence as well.
It's no more like that. It's no more like that. When they come, they feel at home. You don't know home team. You don't know away team. Everybody is equal in the field of play. So that is why we are going to still see more of the goals. In as much as the stadium will still continue to be empty.
Okay. Thank you so much for your contribution. Well, he goes with the narrative that it's the absence of fans that is causing the increase of goals in the English Premier League. What do you think of it? Or is it VAR? Is it an increase in the number of attacking players in the Premier League? Let's get to hear from you. Hello, good afternoon. Hello. Hello. Oh, sorry, you can keep the calls coming through. 0817 00 951. I take it again, 0817 51. Alternatively, you can send your text and WhatsApp messages to the number 0701 9362. Let's get back to the phone lines and hear from this caller. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. I just want to...
First of all, let's get to meet you. What's your name? Where are you calling us from?
This is Fireman.
Fireman. Calling from where?
Okay, yes, I'm from Port Harcourt here.
Welcome to the show, Fireman.
Thank God for this discussion. You see, I want to talk on what my brother just finished talking about, the impulse of goals. You see, many of them, you see some players, you see, they go to the field, they come to the field with their girlfriends, some come with their wives, some come with, whatever that gives them joy. And you see that when somebody is in the front, they are watching you, it boosts your morale. I get it. And now, you see that many of them, they are downcasted. Nobody cheer them. Nobody will go to the house and say you play well. And you see that many of them, those people that nobody is cheering, that believe in that cheering, as they are not being cheered, other people are taking advantage of these things and the goals are coming in. If people begin to come back to the stadium, you will see that goals will go back as normal.
But this is not just in the absence of fans is not just in the Premier League, also in the La Liga. But we're not seeing the number of goals.
When did Bayern Munich finish?
Barca.
Is it not on this period? And does it mean that Barca doesn't know how to play?
Okay.
They were playing. I'm telling you that the morale, many of their morale are not, their morale posters are not coming.
Okay.
That is why. But I'm telling you, as they say that we come few small now to the stadium they will open. You see that those will go come back to how it's normal, how it used to be before.
All right.
I thank God. The Arsenal, the people that in this, I thank God for what for Arsenal. Arsenal is my club. I know that I used to say that we have everything. We have Pepe, we have Nketa, we have everything there. When we use our Nketa, we have Lacasera, where we can ready to drink.
It's not Lacasera.
Thank you so much, Fireman from Port Harcourt, for your contribution. Well, it's Eddie Nketiah and Alexandre Lacazette. Let's hear from the scholar. Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
What's your name and where are you calling us from?
Calling from Port Harcourt.
Can you be a little bit louder?
Yeah, I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Welcome to the show. Let's hear from you. Oh, so sorry. Please call us back. Let's try and see how many more calls we can take before we move on. Meanwhile, it seems to be hitting us past Sophia Kenini is currently 3-2, still in the first set, and it looks like we might be having an exciting Roland Garros final. The phone line still open 0817 00 951, or you can reach us on the other number 0810 9510 951. Moving on, let's go talk about Paul Pogba. As the Frenchman has said he would love to play for Real Madrid one day, but his focus is on helping Manchester United improve on their poor start to the Premier League season. 7-year-old admitted in 2019 that he wanted to leave United, but no major offers came in for him, and he spent most of last season sidelined with injuries. Before we go on to take Pogba's quotes, let's take the quote of this caller. Hello, good afternoon. Okay, seems like the phone line's acting up. Please try. Keep calling and eventually we'll get it sorted out. Let's go on with the Paul Pogba was speaking just after the day after France friendly win over Ukraine. Pogba said many things have been said. Of course, every footballer would love to play for Real Madrid and would dream about that. It is a dream of mine, so why not one day? But I'm at Manchester United and I love my club. I play for Manchester United. I want to perform well for them and do everything to get back to get them back to where they deserve to be. Well, Pogba has performed poorly since returning to training after testing positive for coronavirus, and he gave away a penalty in his side's humiliating 6-1 home defeat by Tottenham Hotspur on Sunday. Let's get back to the phone line to hear from the caller. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
What's your name and where are you calling us from?
I'm Francis. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Welcome, Francis.
Yeah. I want to say about the Calvert-Lewin situation.
Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, I would say that, yes, kudos to him. He's been scoring goals, and that's good for him. But I won't say that he can take on a defender one-on-one. He's not that kind of attacker. If you would see last season, when they played a two-man attack, he was not scoring goals because he was cutting from the wing to end. So it was kind of difficult for him. Now he's in the middle, and he's
box in the box.
Getting his position, yeah. He's getting his position well. He's getting his position and the loose ball, and he's putting them inside the net. Kudos to him.
All right. Thank you so much for your contribution. Let's hear from the scholar.
Hello, good afternoon, sports crew.
Good afternoon. What's your name and where are you calling us from?
Yeah, my name is Uche. I call back. I'm calling from saying that he dream of playing in Real Madrid.
Yeah.
To me, for Boba, that statement he made is a letter to Manchester United.
It's his own dream now. Someone said he's in the theater of dreams, so he's allowed.
Somebody that is playing in a club as big as Manchester United, and he does not even realize that he's in one of the biggest clubs in the whole world. He's saying that his dream is to go and play in Real Madrid. Let him go and play in Real Madrid, and they play the way he's playing in Manchester United today. They will kick him out of Real Madrid squad. The only thing I want to advise him is that he should be head so that he can achieve his dream in Manchester United. Manchester United has all the squad to be the best team in the world today, but it's the management and the coach is my problem of Manchester United.
Okay.
Let's probably not think that.
Very popular statement, but let's hear from the scholar. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What's your name and where are you calling us from? Hello.
It's calling from Indiana.
Go ahead, my brother.
Increase of goals in the Premier League is basically because there are no fans in the team.
Okay. Can you speak up? Can you speak up? We're struggling to hear you.
Okay. VAR is also contributing.
All right.
VAR has awarded so many penalties, and that has made some goals into the Premier League. For instance, the match against Manchester United against Brighton.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Now, that is the match has been over. Then the referee now the VAR.
Yeah, we do remember that incident.
And that is.
All right. Thank you so much. We get your contribution. It's quite difficult to hear you, but we do get what you're saying. Thank you so much for calling. Well, guys, looking at the Paul Pogba issue, but before we do, I think we're witnessing brilliant tennis. Chidubim?
Yeah, as expected. I did say that this was going to be very relevant theme. It was always going to be very close to call. Swiatek is fantastic on clay. Her favorite surface now, and she's coming to this one quite nicely. Although Kenin has just settled in just as you would expect from a champion in the Australian Open. She's showing us why she is Sophia Kenin, why she's been able to have the kind of rise we've seen her have in the past few years. And there she goes again, breaking Swiatek yet again. And it's now 3-3. In case you heard 3 love the first time, it's now 3-3. Sophia Kenin has leveled things up, still in the first set.
Currently it's a deuce.
Exactly, it's a deuce. You really don't know where to go, but it's actually lived up to the billing. It's just the first set, and we're already seeing some of the best tennis we've seen in the French Open so far.
Okay, well, now let's get back to football and talk about Paul Pogba. Well, still cool in June 2021, though there is the option to extend for a further year. Reliance, Paul Pogba dreaming of playing for Real Madrid. Someone called in and, was upset with that statement coming in from the man. But he's speaking about getting Manchester United back to where they belong. Do you see Manchester United getting back there to that top echelon of football this season under this management and with these players?
The meaning of that is no. I'm not seeing that happening. Not under Ole Gunnar Solskjaer as the manager of the team. I've always had complete reservations about Ole Gunnar Solskjaer as a manager of Manchester United, even though I try to understand that the recent trend in football seems like every other club who has legendary status return to their one-time legend to come lead coaching of the club. That is, if there is a legend that has ventured into coaching. We talk about Barcelona far back with the Manchester United manager now, Pep Guardiola. You could talk about Real Madrid with Zinedine Zidane. You could talk about these days now, Ole, Man U, Frank Lampard, Chelsea, Mikel Arteta. Although many persons will argue if Arteta is actually a legend or was a legend of Arsenal. But the point there is we've seen, former ex-players now becoming managers and they are leading the lines for the club that they at some point played for. So Ole Gunnar Solskjaer is not the manager to bring Manchester United to, right from the day he was appointed. I questioned the appointment, and many persons, were happy. They heralded the appointment. They felt the tradition and the peace and the unity, in quotes now, in Manchester United has returned. But that wasn't to be in terms of results. In the post-Sir Alex Ferguson's era, the best manager that Manchester United have had still, the best manager that Manchester United have had still remains Jose Mourinho. Could argue it's the factor there, trophies won and all, despite the fact that Jose Mourinho as a manager had his own downside. I mean, inability to control the dressing room and also to put things where they belong. Exactly when to say what and when not to say what. Those were his undoing as the manager of the club. But that being said, come back to performance, come back to reality, despite the disagreement you will have. I don't want to use the word hatred, but the dislike you have for Jose Mourinho as a manager, as a person, is a hard fact for Manchester United faithfuls to accept. But they just have to accept it because he has been the best manager they've had in the post Alex Ferguson's era. Now, Ole does not have. He doesn't like from where, from which ramification are you going to talk about it? A lot is going on in Manchester United. The only difference right now between, save for the trophies, so apart from the trophies, now the only difference between Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's Manchester United and that of Jose Mourinho, apart from the achievements, which Ole is yet to record anyone, is that he has been given money to sign the same players that Jose Mourinho requested for. I listened to a colleague of mine in another station, talk about Jose Mourinho at Manchester United at some point. And he said something that struck my head, that Manchester United are still going through that level of, I don't want to use the word overhauling now. Let's say, what's their prepared word now? Should I say revolution? No, does not really fit in. Rebranding, does not really fit in. But that level of change, in simpler terms now, that was required when Jose Mourinho was the manager of the club. But because of personal differences between Mourinho, couple of players, Ed Woodward, and maybe the Glazers family, if there was any, but at least I can speak strongly for the differences between Jose Mourinho and Ed Woodward and then the players. They just wouldn't, supply the man resources.
Okay.
Even though it was a second time of asking, but they just wouldn't supply him the resources he required to move down the club. So Ole Gunnar Solskjaer has had achievements with a club in Norway called Molde, but we are talking about the Norwegian league. We're not talking about the Premier League here. The first time he had a stint with the Premier League club, it took about, I think, 8 to 13 months and he was fired. So it's not the man. It's definitely not the man. He has had the signings, but so far, you were tempted to believe, or many persons were tempted to believe that the signing of Harry Maguire, they had defensive lapses. They got Harry Maguire, Aaron Wan-Bissaka, into the setup for Manchester United. And you felt probably those should have shored up the problems they had at the defense. But right now, we are looking at a Manchester United that have defensive problem again. So where is that coming from? You ask yourself. So Ole is definitely not the man to bring that club back to where it's supposed to be or where it has been in the past. Probably it's just a matter of time before he's shown the exit door. And it will be a blessing to the Manchester United family if it Woodward follows. Because the question behind the transfer policy of Manchester United, is from that man. It's solely on that man, Ed Woodward. So if both of them are booted out, it's going to be a blessing for a lot of fans of Manchester United and the faithfuls of the club.
Chidubem, before we get back to the entire Manchester United holistically, let's talk about the individual involved here. That is Paul Pogba. Now, do you think he's somewhat half-hearted at United? Him dreaming of playing, saying it is every player's dream to play for Real Madrid. Him dreaming of playing for Real Madrid. Do you think this puts him in a position where he doesn't really give it his all?
Victor, you're my friend. Imagine my girlfriend made a statement like, I would have loved to date Victor, but I wish my relationship with Chidubem goes smoothly. How does this sound? I think it's funny for Paul Pogba to come out on the one hand and says he wants Manchester United to, get to the heights where he's envisaged and everything. And on the other, you're talking about playing for Real Madrid and, your dream of that. Like I said, when we were before behind the scenes, on a lighter note though, he's in the theater of dreams and you could dream of anything really. Playing for Real Madrid is not a bad thing. The man he's never really hidden his feelings for Real Madrid. He wants to play for Real Madrid. I think that's an open secret. And even Zinedine Zidane also loves the player as well. So maybe it might be a matter of time before he leaves there. But the problem has always been about his performances. Can you be able to, catch the fancy of Real Madrid at this point with the kind of performances you're putting out for Manchester United every other week? You could blame it on a whole lot of things. The players around him, some say not good enough to his level. He doesn't feel the motivation to, do as much. Perhaps he's dissatisfied with a lot of things around the club. Failed promises, maybe. He was told, had the feeling that he was coming into a club that were seeking to rebrand or seeking to revitalize, more like, get the big players and get back to reckoning. But somehow it hasn't worked for Manchester United thus far. And the man might just be, recounting his decisions and trying to see if possibly he could fix himself, move outside of the Old Trafford. But I think generally, you just have to look at Paul Pogba. Since he came to Manchester United, he's had not so good a time by his standards. Had some flashes of brilliance. On his day, he's easily the best player when it comes to the quality they bring to the squad. Although their inconsistencies have always been a problem, but I think Paul Pogba should just get done with it. Are you leaving Manchester United or you're staying? He should make that decision once and for all. This flirting, it's not good for his career. And it's not even good for the fans or the trust the manager will have on you and the faith even your players will have in you, because he's supposed to be a figurehead in the Manchester United squad at this point. He's been there for quite a while. He's a player that I'm sure a lot of the young players would respect by virtue of what he's been able to achieve individually and also as a group. Won the World Cup, won trophies with Manchester United, and of course Juventus while he was there was a key role in those, key figure in some of those trophies, if not most of them. So I think generally Paul Pogba should just stop with all these shenanigans. He's getting too fond of it, coming up with these kind of statements of flirtatious statements, so to speak. You want to force your consecration to the club. What else? What are you giving your 100% to Manchester United at this point? Are you trying to sneak your way out? I think it should just come out straight and once. If you're no longer enjoying your football at Manchester United, you say it out for the public to know, and then you can move out to Real Madrid. It's not the love of so many Manchester United fans, and I think he will need to do a lot more to get Kenny and Iga Swiatek. It's been massive. It's been explosive tennis, I tell you. One final
you guys
that you just would love to see again and again and again. It's been beautiful tennis. You can't really stick out your neck for either of the two. Both of them have been brilliant. The throwing balls around the court. It's been athleticism all through. Not the usual boring affair you see in some games. This is total youthfulness and athleticism you see around the court. The ball has hit virtually every part of the court in this game, and it's beautiful to see, really.
Victor, just to weigh in a bit on the Pogba and his dream for Manchester to play for Real Madrid. A former Chelsea player once said that as a young star growing up, he dreamed playing for Real Madrid, and that player is playing right now for Real Madrid. He was formerly in Chelsea.
Eden Hazard
made that statement. Right now, he's playing for Real Madrid, and I will save the story of him not cutting it thus far for another day. The days of Pogba were numbered right from the start when he had chaos with the manager Jose Mourinho. Now, who signed Pogba to Manchester United? It was Jose Mourinho, and Mourinho used him in, I think, the first 2 seasons or so when he was signing to the club. He prospered at some point, and then at some point issues began when Mourinho required of him to track back and all that, and the club faithfuls somewhat supported Pogba, that coming in from the angle of criticizing Jose Mourinho's approach to football matches, that he tends to want to defend and all. So for that reason, he's demanding Pogba to track back. But I want to state it categorically and very clearly that the mind of Pogba settling with Manchester United, was off immediately after the rancor he had with Jose Mourinho, that saw Jose Mourinho being fired. It might not necessarily be the only reason why Mourinho was fired, but his mind to play for the club was off from that point. When Ole Gunnar Solskjaer took over the club, they had they had couple of undefeated runs under the manager. I think the first 8 or 13 matches are there, but I can't get the figure exactly. And we saw Pogba in a more advanced role. And I said that these guys are just doing this to send a message to Jose Mourinho, but the mind of that player was off from that club at that point. I was one of those who suggested that instead of letting Mourinho go, Pogba was the man in front of the problem or in front of the issue from the player angle of it. I mean, it's difficult these days in football for you to think of satisfying, the manager ahead of the players, because the manager depend on the players as his personnel to deliver results on the pitch of play. So probably the management of Manchester United, instead of putting Pogba off for buy or for sell, so the mind of that man went out of the club totally from that point. He did what he did in the few matches just to send a message to the manager he had rancor within the club. At this point, it's clear the man wants out. The body languages are suggesting that he wants out of the club. He may not send in a transfer request, not yet, not so soon. But let's say that there are strong reports. In fact, there are strong intentions, because I can't recall Real Madrid making an official bid for Pogba. I'm not sure. And Zinedine Zidane was asked at some point during a presser, and he was, all praising Pogba, what a fantastic player he is, but he didn't say anything in regards to making an official transfer bid for the player. So, if it comes, if there are stronger intentions, the man will. It will be clear at that point that the man wants out of the club.
Okay.
At a certain time, Mino Raiola, the agent of Paul Pogba, came out to say that Paul Pogba would like to leave the club. Even though Paul Pogba came out at some point to actually, they settled their differences. But I want to look at this from another perspective entirely. Hazard was playing for Chelsea, and then he came out several times to say that he would love to play for Real Madrid. There was no issue at that point. Yeah, he said. I saw interviews. He openly said it, that he would love to play for Real Madrid until that deal, finally came through. What I'm saying is, aside from the rancor, the whatever thing that have been said here, let's look at it. Manchester United and then Real Madrid, place them side by side. I mean, Madrid is the bigger club, pedigree wise,
head and shoulders,
finance, trophies won. So I don't know why a player playing for Manchester United can't dream of playing for when I was really small, our standard of measuring players was when a player is actually wanted by Real Madrid or Barcelona. If you are not wanted by these guys, we feel you have not started playing football. Guy, do you understand? So I feel at this point there shouldn't be any cause for alarm.
What I think though is that the problem is not about him wanting to play for Real Madrid, because many players will want that, like you have said. The thing is about his own commitment to Manchester United.
Like I said,
at the point where when Chelsea wanted to, when Hazard, I beg your pardon, wanted to go to Real Madrid and made it open, he was giving his 100% to Chelsea. But that is not the case for Pogba.
His final game,
there's a clear lack of interest in activities of Manchester United, or he appears so from Pogba. He's not really giving 100% to Manchester United, and you can feel it, because you know what Pogba can offer you on a good day. I mean, we've seen him at the World Cup. We saw him at the heat of the moment where he felt like.
But do you think it is him not giving his all, or his consistency and form has just dropped?
Like I said, these things. What I think it's picture. Paul Pogba coming into Manchester United at the time when he came, he sacrificed a whole lot to come to United. By that I meant at Juventus he was having a field, but he came to Manchester United, a struggling Manchester United at that point, because he believed in Mourinho and he believed in the United project. You see the way he played that season, played quite well, was the best player in the Europa League, won the competition, although they finished sixth in the league, but it looked like Manchester United were beginning to get back to at least reckoning. The next season, they finished second in the league. Pogba was instrumental. Ibrahimovic was in that squad. And it felt like the team now knew where they were headed. Lukaku came in as well. So it felt like the team was actually building something good. But what happened? Mourinho Mourinho came up with something that he wasn't comfortable with. Although I still question Pogba till tomorrow. The fact that questioning your manager's decisions, you shouldn't do that in public, so to speak. After he was playing in a more advanced role in France won the World Cup, and he wanted to use that against his manager to say, oh, see what I'm doing in my national team. It's not about me, it's about the club and all that. We can understand that it really did not look like it was about Pogba, but was about this which he eventually succeeded in doing. But after that, you look at Manchester United today and you ask yourself, if I'm a player in Paul Pogba's class, as it were, will I be comfortable with what is going around? What's it called now? Manchester United at the point. It feels like what happened to Arsenal in the past, where you had the big players not interested in the club because they felt this club is not a serious club. I mean, Nasri left, Van Persie left.
Yeah.
After all the insults he got and all that, he still left because he felt this club is not serious. They don't look like a club that will give me what I want, what I want as a player. And I think that's where Paul Pogba is standing at this moment. He feels that Manchester United is not at that level to give him the kind of successes he craves. And he wants out of the club. He wants a bigger team that will give him the kind of successes he's always wanted as a player. Real Madrid is a perfect fit for him. If he goes there, definitely he's going to win trophies because they have an antecedent of winning trophies. So I don't think it's about...
You just said now that Pogba is not giving his 100% to Manchester United.
Even 50, safe.
Okay, fine. Like I said, Ezenaza came out that he would love to play for. Keeps getting selected for matches from week in, week out. If he's not giving his 100%, the coach is seeing it. Why is he being selected every now and then? And then at a certain point, Ezenaza he didn't perform just because he wanted to go to Real Madrid. So I'm saying this thing is just a thing of the fan. And I'm sure this ambition of Pogba to play for Real Madrid didn't just start now.
Yeah.
He has been there. For what he said, he has been there. It's the dream of his.
Okay.
Victor, let me just weigh in before we leave the discussion. There could be so many reasons why a manager decides to continue featuring a player who is not giving his all to the club. But I want to take our minds back to when Jose Mourinho was the manager of Chelsea, and there were reports that there is some level of mutiny from the manager, all in gearing up to fire the manager. And I doubted it. I was like, how could a team of players now come up and decide to become shambolic just to fire the manager? I mean, it dated back to maybe Didier Drogba was still part of the team and all that. And then Jose Mourinho was the manager. Now, the day it became clear to me that this was actually happening was the day Ivanovic had a clear-cut chance. I mean, all he needed to do was just keep his leg, and the ball will bounce on the leg into the net. But the approach he went for the ball, like you could read it. The approach he went for the ball, and the way the ball went past him, you just know that definitely they are sending a message to the manager. So I mean, you and I sitting here or seated here could read it that there's something questioning about the commitment of this player to the club. So It's a clear thing. All right. It's a clear thing.
All right.
The fans could judge of not giving his all. And if you're not good at the work you're doing, we know you're not good at it. And if you're not committed to the work you're doing, you don't need a pastor to reveal that to you. All you need to do is observe. And you know that this person is doing this work, with a non-challenge behavior, with a devil may care attitude and all that. So it's a clear thing that after Jose Mourinho left, after the whole rancor was settled by firing Jose Mourinho, and he put up what you could describe as great performances for the club in the first 10 matches, from then on, the man's commitment was off the club, Manchester United. He took till this point, that man still wants out of the club.
Nathaniel, real quick, do you see Pogba his deal with United? His contract expires June 2021. Do you see him renewing? He has an option to extend it for a further year. Do you see him activating that option, or do you think he's going to be leaving United? But before I get your thoughts, Iga Swiatek has taken the very first set, Sophie, to 6-4. It ended in favor of the lady. 48 minutes it took her to see off Sophia Kenin 6-4 in the very first set.
Back-to-back breaks. They were just breaking themselves. Like I said before, it's women's tennis. Break points are not so far-fetched in women's tennis. For the men's side, you can actually see where like the match yesterday, Djokovic, he fought off about 10 break points from what's his name? The guy he played. He fought off 10 break points from that guy. But in this match we are seeing now, they've just been breaking themselves very easily, and then Spiatek has taken the first set.
Impressively, I tell you. So Nathaniel, do you see Pogba renewing his contract, activating the 1-year clause for him to stay one more year at United, or probably a contract renewal? Or do you think he's going to be leaving the club? Where he's headed, we do not know yet.
Actually, Victor, for me, I don't really think Pogba will remain in the club. He won't do that. He won't even renew his contract. Basically, his mind is no longer there, and it's showing already. Looking at what Pogba is doing for France alone, he's giving a good day. He's very energetic. He can do a lot of creativity. He have a good passing skills and all that. But when it comes to Manchester United, like what Reliance said, right from the time he had an issues with Jose Mourinho and some inner rancors, and then his mind has already made up, and he's saying it opening now. That is to tell you that his mind is not there. For a player to be in a particular club to tell you, I want to leave, it's not good.
He didn't say he wants to leave.
Yeah, I beg your pardon. That his dream is to play, but that is indirectly saying it. Is that, yes,
he's not the first.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, he's not the first, but
you know, there's a little difference from what Eden Hazard said. Pogba is just reading around the reports that Real Madrid is likely.
Yeah.
Well, you know, this is we are media guys. You know, the answer is dependent on the question he was asked. So, the question he was asked was tilted to that lane. Said, do you want to play for Real Madrid?
And
he said every player's dream.
I mean, it's very innocent.
And the media also asked the question depending on what could likely be true. We are to unearth things and make.
Get to hear from you. 0817 000951, and you can also reach us on the other number 0810 9510951. I'll take the numbers again, but alternatively you can send your text and WhatsApp messages to the number 0701 9339 9962. Let's hear from this caller. Hello, good afternoon. Today's Sports Live.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Daniel.
Welcome, Daniel. Let's hear from you.
For me, Manchester United, the club I support, is bigger than Pogba, 200 Pogba. Big than that. If he wants to leave, he's free to go. United will remain United. And I don't think that because the man is not giving 100%. I think Pogba ego and the attention on the media is making the man not to perform. Seriously. There are this ego in him, different hairstyles, showing want to be on the camera all the time. So for me, that's just it. If you pay so much attention to him, he look like he prefer so much attention to the media than even playing the football.
Okay.
So that becomes a problem, because if you are not putting so much effort in developing
your
yourself,
football,
it is beyond that. It is not giving 100%.
All right.
For me, if you take that attitude even to Real Madrid or any club, I don't think he even perform well.
Okay.
In terms of Ole, maybe I'm not a fan of him. They still have other managers. He look like, hello, are you with me?
Yeah, where were you?
It look like the young man knows what he wants to do, but probably from the management. If a club is there, they know their target, and the manager says, this is who I want to give you a result. If you are not bringing those players for him, I think you are not going to hold him too much responsible.
All right.
It's easy to say, develop the club, develop the one you have. Yes, you can do that. But in this modern football, you are not there to develop some certain players. Not especially if you are coaching Manchester United. You need a player who have at least 90% personal development, or even 80%. Bring him, show him what you want, or your intelligence, or the kind of game you want to play. Then we're good to go. But management, it looked like they were there, look at more money and even supporting the manager. We can't continue sacking managers. Give the man a time, United will do well.
All right.
Support him in equally.
Thank you so much, Daniel, for your contribution. I think you did really speak well. Keep the calls coming through. Let's get to hear from you. 0817 000951. And you can also reach us on the other number, 0810 951 Today951. We'll be taking the text messages shortly, but let's hear from this caller. Good afternoon, today's Sports
Hello?
Live. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Lisa. Good afternoon.
What's your name and where are you calling us from?
I'm calling from Toba. Please, that question that you just asked, Reliance, I don't like that thing that you said, EO. If EO leave Manchester United alone, no, I for Pogba, if Pogba wants to leave Manchester United, he should leave Manchester United. Hazard leave Chelsea, and Chelsea still remain Chelsea. If he wants to leave to Real Madrid, he should go. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Reliance. You don't hear. Thank you so much for your contribution. Chidubim, let's take some messages.
All right, let's start from the WhatsApp platform. This one is saying one of the reasons for lots of goals could be attributed to lack of enough rest due to COVID-19 pandemic, and that's coming from John from Rupoko. This one says, hi guys, please, I want to know why Mikel Arteta, I'm sure you meant, has refused to play Mesut Ozil. Is it that he doesn't play to his strength, or that he refused to take pay cut for COVID-19 stuff? And then please, one of you should please explain to me how transfers are done and finalized, and why it wastes so much time. That's coming from Ashavin from Ilele. You also are my main man El Neni, not Lucky. Each time he picks form, something must bring him down, either injury or someone displacing him. The signing of Partey means the end of his career. He's my best Arsenal player. I love him. And
children, let's. I think we need to answer some of the questions that he asked. I think for some of them we don't really have the answer. As regards Mesut Ozil not playing for Arsenal, that will be left for Mikel Arteta to let us know. But as regards transfers, it's because there's so much to it. You've got to do the medicals. You've got to do negotiations in itself. We had Arsenal talking about.
There are a lot of parties involved in negotiations.
The
agents, the player himself, the agents, the player, the buying club, the selling club. So there are 4 parties involved in the deal, so you can understand why it takes.
Arsenal themselves. While speaking, Ed was talking about Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang and his deal, and he said they started talking about contract extension months before the deal was eventually finalized. That should have been done earlier, but the negotiations took time. So it's just how it is. There's so much to discuss, and it just eventually takes a lot of time.
All right, this one says, good afternoon, sports gang. I think there are so many factors leading to more goals in the EPL this season, but particularly I can say it's more of attacking-minded play from most EPL teams. And come this weekend, Everton are going to test their first defeat of the season, and he is Kingsley from Okrika. And this one says, good afternoon, please see what was playing. Good afternoon, please see what playing for Real Madrid has done to Hazard. Please, I can't imagine seeing Pogba like this, so please help me advise him. That's coming from George from Port Harcourt, and he sends a funny picture of Ozil looking twice Hazard, looking twice
and
my size.
I refuse to believe that to be Hazard in Jesus' name.
And over to the text message platform. This one says, good afternoon, sports crew. My name is Jude from Alakaya. My greatest buy is Thomas Partey joining Arsenal. I'm an Arsenal fan, and I remember I feel a lot of joy. I didn't get that part. Okay, good afternoon, sports crew. My name is Jude. Still Jude. He says, my greatest buy is Thomas Partey. Okay, send that twice. This one says, good day, guys. You did not mention Pelistri and Traore for Manchester United. That's from Favor for Mundele. Didn't you mention that? I think Traore's deal is going to be finalized in January. That's why that wasn't mentioned.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, presenters. Paul Pogba supposed move away from Manchester United is because of tussles between him and the management, and now the competition in Manchester United's midfield with Bruno Fernandes and Traore to take his place in the starting lineup. That's coming from Osadebe texting from PH. By the way, Traore is a wing player, right winger, not a midfielder.
Let's get back to the phone lines. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Where are you calling us from?
My name is Francis. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Welcome, Francis. Let's hear from you.
There's something Reliance said. He said that Rodolfo Sosa is not the man for the job in Manchester United. You really can't ascertain that fact with the board and how they back their managers. So I would say you can't really judge him until he's fully backed. He has made a couple of signings, and maybe I would say 90% of them have done quite well. Apart from the fact that the fan base is trolling on Maguire for just his last performance.
Okay.
He's not up to 80 million quite alright, but he's not really a poor player. So I feel that up until the board backs this man up.
All right.
He really can't do much. Vagal came, he complained. He said, he said that they don't have a football director. What they have are bankers, something of that nature. So you see that the managers that are there have been complaining about the procedure, the recruitment process, and how much these players are backed. Nobody is a player that a manager that likes a team where he's fully backed. Once he's fully backed, he'll get the result. In as much as Toba was instrumental to his sack, but I also tell you that he also has problem with the board because they are not backing him.
All right.
Yeah, so that's my own conclusion. So you can't really say Olegunnar
Okay.
is not the man for the job.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Let's hear from this caller. Good afternoon, today's Sports Live.
Sorry, Victor, I call back his seat.
Welcome back.
I want to ask a question.
Go ahead.
Did Rafa Nadal won that semi-final yesterday?
Yeah,
Yes,
he
he
did in
did.
5 sets.
Yeah, okay. I can't wait to see that final. Rafa Nadal, Djokovic.
I tell
Rafa
you.
Nadal all the way. Oh. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Peace. Hello, good afternoon. Hello.
Yes.
Go ahead. Okay. Let's hear from this caller. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, sir.
Today's Sports Live.
Well, sir, good afternoon. My name is Donny I'm calling from Loboko.
Welcome. Let's hear from you.
My suggestion is that Pogba is not bigger than Manchester United. Manchester United should handle Pogba's problem. If Pogba is a problem to that team, they should find a way and put Pogba out. If Pogba wants to go to Real Madrid, I think that it's a good option for Pogba to replace Lucas Modric in Real Madrid team.
Okay.
So I suggested that Pogba should, if he really wants to move to Real Madrid, he should move to Real Madrid.
All right.
So in terms of Manchester United, Pogba's mind is no more in Manchester United. That's my suggestion. Just him.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. He says Pogba's mind is in Manchester United. Well, keep the calls coming through. Let's get to hear from you. You can also contribute as regards or contributions to other things we have spoken about. We did talk about Everton, Ancelotti, and Dominic Calvert-Lewin earlier in the show. And of course, we still have Roland Garros live on our screens. Hello, good afternoon. Hello?
This is calling from
David, go ahead with your contribution.
Paul Pogba coming out to say he's interested in playing for Real Madrid.
He dreams of playing for Real Madrid.
It's not an. Let me put it in this way. You know, before Manchester United, they don't have competition from every angle of the team. But now, this presently, they have got so many players that will compete for that position that is playing. For instance, and this other midfielder that they brought. What's the name?
All right, thank you so much for your contribution. Before we go back to the phone lines, let's hear from this caller, Chidubim. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon to you.
I'm very fine, thank you. This should be Albert calling.
Oh, yeah, Victor. To be honest, I don't know what the young man is talking about for Pogba. If a club really wants you to come and play for them, I think they should make a bid. Not for you try to force a move to a club who don't want you. Are you going to suit the style of Real Madrid? And look at the midfielders in that team of Real Madrid. They are very fast with the ball. They are very quick. And that's part of Pogba, and he's not too quick with the ball. So I don't think Madrid will want that kind of player to come into the team. But I don't know whether the manager would like him to come. But for me, I don't think he will not suit the style of Real Madrid, the pattern of football. Look at the midfielders. They are very quick. And they know when to decide with the ball, not to hold on to the ball for a long time. And you don't know what to do with it. You see what you do with Man United, understand? So I think it's more people should go and then maybe sit on the bench there and then enjoy his money, and then there's no problem. So I don't think nobody should cry about if he wants to leave to go. So I don't see him as anything as a dangerous player that people should think that you should start in United. So you should get a very perfect replacement for him and then push him out if he wants to leave to go.
All right.
do better.
Albert, for your take, Chidubem, let's take some messages.
Yes, let's continue from where we stopped. So this one says, I disagree with Pogba. I disagree that Pogba is one of the best in United. In what way? You can tell me that only when he was at Juve. You can tell me that only when he was at Juve. If the players around him are not good, what has he done to distinguish himself? The likes of Hazard of Chelsea and Sanchez of Arsenal were giving their best before they left their clubs. And this one says, good day, gentlemen. The question is that Manchester United will not even give him a new contract. And I don't see him playing in Real Madrid. That's from Tunji in Rumokuta. And finally, this one says, has Ole been sacked? Well, Ole hasn't been sacked. You're a funny man, I must say. Says Pogba is a shadow. And finally, this one on the WhatsApp platform says, good day, guys. Did you see Iheanacho's stomach? Okay, you're not talking about Iheanacho, but that will be for the next guy. But I'll just read it for the records. Did you see Iheanacho's stomach yesterday? That guy just, they go all the bars for Leicester City reflex. He is not interested anymore in football. As a coach, if such a player comes to my camp, I will send him home. That's from Frank.
Oh, very funny, I tell you. Good afternoon, let's hear from the scholar.
Good afternoon, Escort.
Welcome.
My name is Competence. I'm calling you from Milwaukee.
Go ahead with your contribution.
This issue of Manchester United, if they understand, I just wish could understand what is going on in Manchester United. What is going on now, all the problems, they are not perfect. It is a repercussion from what they were doing. When Alex Ferguson was there, he used all his influence he wanted to beat Liverpool's record, and he went to a certain length to get all the things he got for them. The repercussion is counting. They are here to. It's not a management problem. It's not a coach problem. Not a player's problem. No matter if they combine Arsenal, Chelsea, and Liverpool and call it Manchester United, they will have problems. They should just go and pray for forgiveness and forget about it. They will recover. But for now, the media will not in those years where Ferguson was in charge. So it's not a matter of coach. For me, it is something that they sow and they are reaping it. That's my contribution.
Go ahead, my brother.
Okay. I want to talk about it's good for him to keep dreaming. I used to be a Pogba fan, even though I'm not a Man U fan. But I can remember that his best season so far was under Mourinho in the first and second season when he came to Man U, when they got to win the Europa League and then finishing second in the table. And then his worst season has ever been since he started having problems with Mourinho. Yes, I was among those agitating for him to be played in his rightful position that he was played in France. But I remember that game that he came afterward to criticize Mourinho's type of play in the public. Number one, he was the captain of that match. That was Man U against Southampton. The match ended 1-1. Man U was winning 1-0. And then the ball was collected from the leg of Pogba while he was trying to pet the ball and arrange it well. And the goal was brought the match to 1-1. And you were the captain of that thing. And then you came to the media to say publicly that the reason why we draw was because the coach pattern was playing and the rest. Forgetting you were the captain of that match. And then the ball was collected from the left to take Mourinho said he will never be a captain to his team again.
Okay.
And then since ever from then till now, he did everything he did, connived with too many persons and they sent Mourinho out.
All right.
After then 10 matches after them thereabout, he showed try to but since then till now, what has happened to him? And
all right.
him dreaming to play in the Real Madrid team. The Pogba that Real Madrid wanted to sign was the Pogba that played in the Juve and the first and second season in Man U. Not this, just like one of the person that said in the message that Pogba is just a shadow of himself. Real Madrid is not planning to come and sign this Pogba I'm seeing now.
All right.
He's just wasting his time.
Thank you so much for your contribution. We have got to let you go. Well, still so much to talk about. Let's start with Chelsea as the goalkeeper Edouard Mendy has suffered a thigh injury while on international duty with Senegal. Mendy picked up the injury during a Senegal training session and has returned to London for assessment by Chelsea's medical team. Blues boss Frank Lampard will hope Mendy can recover in time to face Southampton at Stamford Bridge in his team's next Premier League game on the 17th of October. Chelsea also faces Sevilla in their opening Champions League game and Manchester United in the Premier League following the international break. Mendy joined Chelsea from Rennes in a £22 million deal last month. The 28-year-old kept his first clean sheet for the club in his very first Premier League start against Crystal Palace last Saturday. According to the statement released by Chelsea yesterday, it says the Senegalese football federation died during training on Wednesday, and Mendy has since returned to Chelsea, where he will. Lampard would have no choice but to return to Kepa Arrizabalaga, the world's most expensive keeper, who kept a clean sheet for Spain against Portugal on Monday, or Willy Caballero.
I thought you would have forgotten him.
No, I did forget Willy Caballero. I cannot forget Willy Caballero. But before we got to talk about the Chelsea incident, just reading through Zlatan Ibrahimovic, well, the man has been given the all clear to end his quarantine period and return to action after testing negative for coronavirus, the Serie A club announced yesterday. Well, Milan confirmed in a statement that the Swedish striker had tested negative twice in a row, as stipulated in the protocol to be able to leave the quarantine procedure. The 39-year-old sounded a more triumphal note on his social media. Let me quickly read the tweet. He said, "You are cured. The health authorities say the quarantine is over. You can go out." More like he's talking to coronavirus, not even himself.
Yeah.
Says you are cured. The health authority says the quarantine is over. You can go out. Well, the announcement comes a day after Milan said Ibrahimovic has tested positive, as putting in doubt his participation in the Milan derby on the 17th of October. The derby remains in doubt, with 2 other Milan players and 5 from Inter currently in self-quarantine. In spite of Zlatan's absence, Milan have made a decent start to the season, having climbed to second in Serie A after winning all 3 of their games and reaching the group stages of the UEFA Europa League. Meanwhile, in the Roland Garros final, Sofia Kenin did go for a medical break, and she's back on the court and ready to do the business. The second set still on is Swiatek, who is leading 2-1. And then let's just see how it goes, as Kenin has taken the very first point in this game. And then before we move to international matters, Mesut Ozil will, we did talk about this during the week, but we're just going to do a little bit of our business to this particular issue. The man has been left out of Arsenal's 25-man Europa League squad, further underlining that he plays no part in Mikel Arteta's plans. Well, 7 months have passed since Ozil last featured for Arsenal, and he has not been part of any matchday squad so far this season. It was conceivable he might be enlisted for action on Thursday night, given the hectic schedule Arsenal face. However, he has not made the cut for Arteta's A-list, and it looks certain he has played his last game for the club. Socrates Papastopoulos, who likewise is far from first-team contention, was also omitted from the group stage ties against Molde, Rapid Vienna and Dundalk. There was no place for William Saliba, who Arsenal want to give regular game time in a loan elsewhere. A move to the Championship is likely for the 19-year-old. Given that Premier League squads must be finalized under similar rules on 28th of October, with clubs only allowed to pick 17 players defined as non-homegrown, it appears increasingly likely that both Ozil and Papastopoulos would also be ruled out of top-flight action until January. Ozil's contract, currently weighing Arsenal down to the tune of £350,000 a week, expires next summer, and he will continue to be an expensive problem until then, unless an agreement can be reached between all parties in the meantime. He has also been at odds with the club on various off-pitch issues, most recently offering in public of Jerry Kerr, who wears the Gunnosaurus mask, made redundant. Let me start with you, Chidubem, on this Arsenal issue before we talk a little about Chelsea and the man Zlatan, who cured COVID-19. From what he's saying, I didn't say that, don't mind me. Well, no space for Mesut Ozil. Do you think he has played his very last game for the Gunners?
Well, it's difficult not to think so, honestly, because it looks like the manager doesn't seem to like him, and also the board are not interested, because at this point they feel they are paying let me not say wasted project. Let me just say they are paying money that they are not getting the value for, or they feel that Ozil is no longer needed at the club. Let me just put it that way. £350,000, not the tiniest of money. It's quite huge for us now to pay a player. And Ozil, especially with the pay cut incident, the fact that he was the only player who refused, to have that pay cut and everything, it hits.
Contract said he's going to be seen off his contract till the last day.
And the whole issues he's been having off the court, of the field now. President Tayyip Erdogan and all the funny things behind the scenes. But I think it's difficult. It's difficult to see Ozil playing a game anymore. Yes, you would ordinarily think as a fan that with the coming of Partey, it normally should give Ozil the freedom to play because he looks like a perfect fit now. What's going on over there at the Goodison Park with Everton? Similar situation. You've got Xhaka, you've got Partey, similar to Doucouré and Haaland. Freeing up space for a very creative player like James Rodriguez. In Arsenal's case, Mesut Ozil. So it should have worked out that way, but it's obvious that the manager doesn't really fancy him as a player, and also the board especially is not interested. And when the board loses interest in you, we've seen it in different cases. Casillas for Real Madrid, for instance, if the board no longer likes you, there's little you can do to change it. You just will be counting your final days to live in Arsenal. And I think at this point, the man, Mesut Ozil, he knows that his days are almost over. You're not playing in the Europa League. So far, we thought he was going to play in the Carling Cup. The manager didn't play him. That's also sending a message that perhaps he's not going to play in the Carling Cup. If you don't play in the Carabao Cup, I beg your pardon. If you don't play in the Carabao Cup, you're not playing in the Europa League. I'm not sure you're going to play in the FA Cup
or in the Premier
League. So it's almost goodbye, Mesut Ozil.
But when you pay a player £350,000 a week, shouldn't you just play?
I think it's a statement of, I don't know whether I'll say ego, showing that you're bigger than the player. I think that's what the Arsenal board are trying to do here. That, yes, we can pay you that money. It's not like we can't pay you, but we can't take your shenanigans anymore. And it's just being proud, basically, from the board. The board wants to show him that we can do it. Just like a lot of fans then were thinking Arsenal were going to do with a certain Alexis Sanchez at the point where he wanted to leave. A lot of fans, majority of them at that point, the poll was done, and majority of the fans were saying he should have been kept at the club to run out his contract, so that they put an idea out there that the club is bigger than him. Don't play him, put him on the bench. Just like some callers have even said about Paul Pogba now. The club is bigger than you. If Paul Pogba is behaving anyhow, keep him on the bench, let him see that we are bigger than him. And this is what fans sometimes expect from their managers and from their management. And this is what Arsenal is trying to do with Ozil. They can't contain his excesses anymore, supposed excesses now. And they are saying, you can't play for our club anymore if you don't carry the values of this club, and you cannot share in our pain, both pay cut thing, and even before then, the issues of the scene and all that. So I'm thinking he's just one body. The Arsenal management are thinking they should just bear for the rest of it and see the player leave the club eventually. And once the management don't want a player, it's very difficult for the manager to say no.
Okay. There's a new tweet to the Mesut Ozil and Arsenal saga. Just before Arteta, the Arsenal released the list of players to be prosecuting the UEFA Europa League.
Yeah.
A news came out that Arsenal were going to render the Gunners now, redundant. And then Ozil came out to say that it will bear the full brunt of the salary
remains in the club.
And then I was just reading some articles online, and I saw a post which somebody said the gesture is a very nice one. It's a very good one, but it's geared at spiting the Arsenal, as in the management of the club, so to speak, and that wasn't the case of Ozil. And then I think a day or two later, they released a list, and then his name was not there. I mean, for the Europa League now, his name was. It does now. It carries too many meanings now for him as a player, and it's beginning to affect him now. They kind of like use it against him. So I think the best thing for him is actually to leave the club. I'm a lover of Ozil. I like the way he plays football. Yeah, he's not the strongest of player, but he's a very good player. But the my advice for him now will be to leave the club. You know, if he wants to still play football, if he wants to still do anything in the world of football, just leave Arsenal.
That's in the morning, and sitting on the bench, and felicitating with the parting players. Telling them, go and do well in France. Go and bust the league, and you are busting the bench in Arsenal. And so it's funny things really, because if you look at how much of an impact Ozil brought to Arsenal, you just wonder how the cookies crumbled. He basically was one of the spearheads, if not the spearhead, of ending Arsenal's 9-year trophy wait, winning the FA Cup in 2014 with Arsene Wenger. Was it 2013 or 2014? Can't remember accurately, but he was very, very, very instrumental. The assists, the goals, few goals, albeit, but very, very key figure in what Arsenal managed to achieve in that short period. And it's so sorry to see that the man has fallen to the kind of place he finds himself now. Although it's still, there are a lot of, when you talk about, there are lots of things. There are too many things that are in the picture. The fact that even football wise now, his position is no longer fancy in the world of football. I mean, we've seen it affect some other players. James Rodriguez, it took the bravery, so to speak, of Carlo Ancelotti, who is still sticking with the old patterns to have him function at Everton right now. Those classic number 10s, they are no longer. Mario Götze, where is he now? Mario Götze is suffering. So it's always tough for those kind of players, except you reinvent yourself. And Mesut Ozil doesn't seem like a player that wants to do that. So
Iga Swiatek edging closer to her very first Grand Slam title. She's already leading just one set. Just one more game, and she's already she's going to be crowned Roland Garros champion. 5-1 it is. She's leading this game 30-15. A nice 30-30. Let's just see.
It has really become so difficult for Kenin to even win a point in this game. Even as Swiatek has run up to a 5-1 lead in this game. I said it before. It was going to be the attack of Kenin versus the defense disappointed, because our defensive game has been big, has come up really handy in this game, and she's doing the business.
I'm not surprised.
40-30. One more point.
That is it.
And she's crowned winner.
7 for match points. For game. 7 for the championship points now. More like that's Iga Swiatek. Can she be able to do it? Well, that's going to be great, really. A 19-year-old winning.
But do you think the injury affected Sophia Kenin?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Swiatek has been really good in this match. Really good. I would never play down her performance in this game.
Since the medical attend to Kenin, she has been lifting with that left leg.
Yeah.
So I think the injury
definitely he could have played a part, because that game was at 2-1.
That is it.
Swiatek was leading 2-1,
and when she is the champion.
And finally, she can't hide her emotions.
19-year-old Polish international has been crowned.
It feels like a victory for me. I applaud this.
Can't believe it. She just can't believe it. He can't believe it.
Well, that is for Iga Swiatek. The lady is jumping all around the court as excited as can be. Now we wait for the men's singles to see how it ends. I tell you, it promises to be a lot longer than this. This took barely 1 hour 30 minutes. I would confirm how long it took. 1 hour 24 minutes.
6-4-6-1.
Wow.
How does
6-4-6-1
manage to do this?
She's something else.
What is she running to? She's looking for someone. Either the father
or family members.
Well,
mom.
Wow.
Let's move on and talk football. Of course, tomorrow we'll be giving you the details of everything that happened in the very first part of the show, and then we would also look at the men's singles as Swiatek is just running around the crowds looking for someone in particular. I have no idea who she's looking for, but she found the person.
Wow.
Her father ran all the way up to him to give him a very big hug, and it's massive. It doesn't get any better than this for. Let's talk international football. Yes, it is the international window, and we did have Lionel Messi putting his Barcelona troubles behind him to fire Argentina to to an opening 1-0 victory over Ecuador in World Cup qualifying on Thursday. The 33-year-old great has been in open conflict with his club, but it had no detrimental effect on his form, as he was the difference in a tight encounter. The 6-time Ballon d'Or winner unsuccessfully tried to force his way out of the Catalan Giants in the close season, but he seemed much happier in the light blue and white jersey of his country. And Argentina needed him to be on top form in a bid to avoid slipping up at home to Ecuador for the second successive time in an opening World Cup qualifier, having lost 2-0 to the same opponents 4 years ago. In the surreal atmosphere of an empty Bombonera, the iconic stadium in Buenos Aires that is usually bouncing from the passion of fervent fans, was left barren by coronavirus restrictions. But I tell you, it ended 1-0 for Lionel Messi, stepping up to lash in his 71st international goal. Ocampos was presented with a glorious chance to double the lead early in the second half, but the goalkeeper Alexander Dominguez died full length to keep out his shot, and that one eventually ended 1-0. Meanwhile, in Montevideo, Luis Suarez scored a record-extending 60th international goal for Uruguay before substitute Maxi Gomez bagged an injury time winner against Chile. The Atletico Madrid forward Suarez opened the scoring from the penalty spot on the 39 minutes after Sebastian Vegas was harshly penalized for handball. Inter Milan Alexis Sanchez equalized with a low shot on the 54th minute, but Gomez had the last word with a stunning half volley from 20 yards to complete the 2-1 win. It was honors even between Paraguay and Peru as Angel Romero for the hosts and Andre Carrillo both scored a brace. Of course, like I did say earlier, it has been the international window, the international break, and so we've been having teams participate with their countries, unlike normally when they will be playing with their club. Just trying to bring some of the results of the games played. Let's start with the UEFA Nations League. Hungary, that's on Thursday. Hungary defeated Bulgaria 3-1. Iceland defeated Romania 2-1, while Northern Ireland won Bosnia and Herzegovina, and then Slovakia also defeated Ireland on penalties. Norway and Serbia defeated Norway 2-1. That means there will be no Euro 2020 action for the man Erling Braut Haaland, who plies his trade with Borussia Dortmund in Germany, while Scotland defeated Israel and in that particular game. Georgia were 1-0 winners over Belarus. North Macedonia defeated Kosovo 2-1. Paraguay played after 2-2 draw with Peru, and Uruguay defeated Chile 2-1. And then yesterday we also had Argentina defeating Ecuador 1-0. Well, that one was for a qualifier, the World Cup qualifier. Meanwhile, for international friendlies, Japan played out a goalless draw with Cameroon. Kenya defeated Zambia 3-0. Gambia won Congo 1-0. Mali did defeat Ghana 3-0. Mauritania beat Sierra Leone 2-1. Morocco were 3-1 winners over Senegal, and Nigeria lost to Algeria in that very game. But tonight we will be having some games in the UEFA Nations League. By 7:45 p.m, Spain will take on Switzerland, and eventually we will see Ukraine up against Germany at the same time. Well, both teams play in the same group. And by 5 p.m, Faroe Islands will be up against Latvia, and Andorra will take on Malta. While in a World Cup qualification, right there in South America, Colombia defeated Venezuela today. 3-0 ended in favor of Colombia. Duvan Zapata did get a goal, and Brazil easily solved their opponent, Bolivia, 5-0. Roberto Firmino was very much involved in that game. He did get a brace. Felipe Coutinho also found his name on the score sheet. Marquinhos as well also got his name on the score sheet. It was a star-studded Brazil team with the likes of Everton, Roberto Firmino, Neymar, Felipe Coutinho, Casemiro, Douglas Luiz, all the big boys, all the big players very much present in that game. Well, currently there is one game, or there are two games going on in the UEFA Nations League. Luxembourg are up against Cyprus, and it is 2-0 in favor of Luxembourg, while Montenegro are currently defeating Azerbaijan 2-0. Image of God, so far from all the international games that we've seen, from all the UEFA Nations League matches that you've seen, which would you say has been the most exciting? The last since the international break started. Let's start from Tuesday, Wednesday, when the games really started. We did have England themselves, the Three Lions of England, taking on their opponent, and we had goal scorers, all new boys, getting the goals. Even Dominic Calvert-Lewin, the man we talked about earlier, getting a goal on his debut appearance for the Three Lions.
Obviously, I didn't see all the matches, but I saw one involving Belgium and Cote d'Ivoire.
Yeah, ended 1-1.
I saw that match. Belgium fielded their French players in that match.
Yeah, you want to say their B team. Michi Batshuayi was the striker for them.
Yeah, and he did well, really. He did well. I don't know why Chelsea have not, deemed fit to give that guy a chance to play for them. But I saw the match, and the Cote d'Ivoire were also really impressive in that match. I mean, Pepe had a good game. He created chances in that game, and I think Zaha came up with the penalty that eventually,
Frank Kessie got the goal.
Yeah, equalizer. So I saw that game, and I was really impressed with what I saw from the Cote d'Ivoire side, and I think they are a big side. They are a team to beat when it comes to the Nations Cup now. But then on the side of Belgium, like I said, they didn't play most of their.
The reason why they did so is because they do have a
match against England on Sunday
tomorrow by 5 p.m.
Yeah, exactly. So I was really interested in seeing that match because I really wanted to see how they play that match going into the England match. But they fielded some of their French players, and then they were really strong. Because Cote d'Ivoire played with most of their players. In fact, all their
best players.
There was that in that team. There was
Nicolas Pepe.
Pepe was there. Seredier was there. Serge Aurier captained that team. So that was the match I saw, and I think that was the standard.
But also in the international break, the man Olivier Giroud became France's second all-time highest goal scorer, just 9 behind Thierry Henry. Do you see him breaking that record, Nathaniel?
Actually, Giroud has been brilliant when it comes to the nation's perspective, France per se, but he's gotten the goal right now. He's 9 goals away from breaking the record, but it's quite good for him. But I don't really think
he'll be able to break that record.
Yeah, he's a one season scorer when it comes to the England, the nation side. He can score today, but though his contribution when it comes to the France continent, he has been doing well.
The country,
country per se, he has been doing well. But getting the goals is good for him to break that record. I doubt.
How about you, Chidubem? Do you agree with Nathaniel?
No, I don't. He has enough time to do that.
He's
how old is he again? 31, 32?
He's 32.
How?
Okay, we have to confirm that. But I think he's about that age now, and he's got at least 2-3 years. That's as long as Didier Deschamps remains manager, because
the manager loves it.
Yeah, it's hard to see another manager keeping Olivier Giroud in that side, because he's not the best of goal scorers, so to speak, especially for club and country, but his contributions otherwise are very, very effective for the national team. He's an important piece in that puzzle. And I think he has enough time to do that. 2 years, and with the number of matches now,
they have the UEFA Nations League going on. They have the Euro League
coming on.
That's going to be played 2021.
UEFA Nations League and all that. So I think he has ample time to get that done. Just 9 goals.
9 goals
is not so much to ask for.
He's not the kind of,
and he has,
he scored 2.
No, Deschamps knows how to get the best out of this guy. So I wouldn't put it past him to get even this year to beat that record this year. Because it's got
apart from I can't say off the top of my head, but he scored quite an appreciable number of goals, and he's been scoring for France. That's why he's second. Out loud.
And
we're talking about the second all time, and they've got some very good goal scorers in that side.
Exactly.
So
he's just surpassed
2 years, because I don't see Didier Deschamps getting sacked anytime soon, at least until after the Euros. So it feels like he's going to be there up until next year, or even the year after that. That's 2022. So he can get 9 goals.
Now let's talk about the two men, Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. Lionel Messi fired Argentina, just a penalty, a 13-minute penalty to against Ecuador, and they're just a step
If
closer
not,
in that
Ronaldo
World
score
Cup.
penalty, now we know where we are.
yeah.
Score and score.
Can you let me anchor in
Score and
peace?
score.
But I think it stands out because that was the only goal of the match, and then he won them the game.
He won them the game. And just before that game, Lionel Messi said now it's time for him he wants to win the World Cup with Argentina. He said that.
Now today in talk, now the first time you talk about that.
No, but this time there's conviction.
This time is most serious.
This time there's conviction. This time there's passion. There's focus. There's drive.
When he got to the World Cup final against Germany, there was no passion, no conviction, no confidence.
He was even younger then.
And even with more good.
So are you guys saying no, it's not possible for him?
It's very possible.
It's football. Anything is possible.
That's why
Argentina has got a very good squad. I mean, a lot of people used to complain about the midfield of Argentina, but right now they've got very good midfielders. They've got himself,
Eva Banega,
no, Lionel Messi now.
Plays for Sevilla.
Eva Banega, and I'm trying to remember the other name.
And not from the sea, Lautaro Martinez.
Lautaro Martinez is there.
Campos
On the wings, you've got
Paulo Dybala.
Mario Cardi, who will never come to the squad for obvious reasons. Paulo Dybala is there. Angel Di Maria is there.
Paredes, Lo Celso.
Conaguero. Lo Celso is the guy I was trying to remember in midfield. Imagine a midfield pivot of Lo Celso, himself, Lionel Messi, and Eva Banega. What more is there to ask for? And you've got good attackers. Higuain won't come to that squad again. So you've got Conaguero, you've got Angel Di Maria, you've got Campos. I mean, what else?
Martinez.
What else? What is so special about the French team that you can't find in the Argentine team? I think it's down to the approach from management.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel they are making Messi do too much in Argentina.
Exactly.
They have to ease the burden of him. There are other players in Argentina. Allow them flourish. When each unit flourishes, the team is carried along. Not to put all your burden on Messi, and if he fails to perform, the team is down.
Meanwhile, Portugal will be hoping to. They are already trying to defend their UEFA Nations League title. They will be playing France tomorrow. It promises. Portugal will be playing France tomorrow. It promises to be an exciting game. I tell you. Cristiano Ronaldo his team played against Spain, but it ended in a goalless draw.
Kepa kept a clean sheet.
It was not by loud. The pass.
Nobody cares. He kept a clean sheet.
Ronaldo almost broke the bar.
Seriously, they almost broke the bar.
Okay, well, let's take some more calls before we go to the transfer column yet again. Yes, the transfer window is closed, but we still have some news coming in from the transfers. Maybe some deals that did not go through, or some things that are just being reviewed. And of course, there's also
going to the
there's also the championship as well. But let's see how many more calls we can take. Please keep it short and simple. Hello, good afternoon. Today's Sports Live.
My name is Daniel. I call you back.
Daniel, welcome back.
I was calling on behalf of when some people say it is what United does, then that is why they are getting more. That is speculation. Speculation is not analysis, and I find it so boring to listen to some individual. Football is not fate or what you believe. Football is all about doing the right thing, getting it. Everybody has favor when it concerns football. Sometimes it's favor you, it doesn't mean what you have done. For me, it's speculation. Then in terms of Mendy having injury, I wish Chelsea well. If the young man didn't make it 1 to 3 matches, that may be fantastic news, but I didn't wish him to go for that injury. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Well, we do not know how long the injury will be keeping him out. Let's hear from this caller. Hello, good afternoon.
Oh, sir, this is Fireman again.
Welcome back, Fireman.
Okay, I'm a national fan.
Go ahead.
But I want to, I've been calling, but the thing is not picking. I want to put mouth on this about Boba.
Go ahead.
Boba. You see, we analyze it or anything. I want to tell you quickly that Boba is no more in mind. Mind, his spirit, his everything is gone.
Okay.
That is all.
Did you see it I wanted to ask him if he's in your palo.
He's not that. He said he's going to take Mayu to work. He's not going anywhere. Look at the mistakes he made. He's not going anywhere. He wants now. He's just looking for a way to go out.
All right.
So let the coach and the management let them begin to look for someone that will replace him, because what is going to happen in next match.
All right. Thank you so much, Fireman, for your contribution. You must be related to Fireboy. Well, let's move to the transfer column. Manchester City will be in a position to move for Barcelona's Argentine playmaker Lionel Messi next summer. if the opportunity arises. This is according to the Chief Operating Officer, Omar Berada. Meanwhile, Borussia Dortmund's Norway striker Erling Haaland and their England winger Jadon Sancho remains top of the Ole Gunnar Solskjaer list of targets at Manchester United. Now, Solskjaer could have gotten Haaland before he moved to Dortmund. Do you think if he gets him now, or wouldn't the fees have increased drastically?
Very much. I mean, Haaland, it feels like, okay, let me
because
not say
Manchester United was linked with Haaland while still at Salzburg.
No, I think I would say that Haaland is off the grasp of United at this point. He should be looking at a move to Real Madrid. No disrespect to Manchester United, but right now they are struggling, and I think it would be a whole lot more difficult for them to attract Haaland with the kind of performances he's putting in week in, week out for Borussia Dortmund. So it's going to be really difficult.
I saw the last game, and he could have gotten a hat-trick in that game, but he decided to. That is one of the most unselfish acts I've seen in football in a long time. He decided to get the pass to a player who was just making his debut appearance to get a goal.
Yeah, he's a really fantastic talent and a player as well. So I think United have lost out on him, and they should read their worries. Although there were talks about him not being his fault, actually. Okay. The agents actually put the spanner in the works, demands and all.
All right, let's hear from the caller. Hello, good afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Jerry from Alu, you're welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate you very much. I greet all the great men on seat.
We greet you, Jerry. We greet you. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You see, two military players, two military top star players that I see that are in the world presently are Keba and Giroud. How does Keba make national team? And you said that Keba is kept the goal at the post for Spain, isn't it?
Yeah, he did. And kept a clean sheet.
Are they telling me that the whole La Liga league, there are no coach,
goalkeeper
that could keep
even the Manchester United goalkeeper is a Spaniard, David De Gea.
Yes. Can somebody tell me the kind of mystery behind that man being between the two sticks there?
Because the coach felt he was going to perform, and he did perform. He kept a clean sheet.
That's what's in the blue. Giroud, again, I've always been a top striker for France. Giroud would not call out my goals to equal or to overtake the other man.
Thierry Henry. Okay.
I know they put him in the front as a rugged man. He's still like a rugged man. Yes, he said that with the push all those goals. I don't think we make it. Finally, you see, the answer for that game was not controversial. If you ask even Rashford, he will give you the same answer, reply, that it's the dream of every player to play for Real Madrid.
Okay.
But deep down in his heart, what he actually has on mind is another entirely.
All right.
As it to be said, to receive a call to Real Madrid is another thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jerry from Alu, for your contribution. Just keep your calls coming in and your text messages as well. 0701 933 9962. That is the number for our text and WhatsApp messages. I take it again, 0701 933 9962. Just 4 minutes before we leave the studio. Let's see how many more calls we can take before we say goodbye. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. I greet everybody in the studio.
We greet you. What's your name and where are you calling us from?
Sporting Man from Harbour Road.
Welcome.
Thank you. I want to talk about the one playing for Man U, Bobari. That guy should come back and pick up contract. For
why?
Rivers United, I mean.
No, not Rivers United. He should come back and take job in this Ogoni clean up.
Thank you, thank you so much. Thank you for your contribution. We don't want to hear it again. Thank you. First of all, I was wondering when it's going to go, boy. And I said, Bobari.
That hit below the belt.
Oh my. Well, today we have some messages.
All right, let's go to the WhatsApp platform and wish we don't find another Bobari there. This one says, this one that I'm hearing, Edward Mendy is injured, like gone to his village when he went to Spain. You know, I don't know anything, George from Port Harcourt. And this one says, good afternoon, sports crew. I am Henry from Ada George. I think right now I support Gareth Southgate. He writes in calling Calvert-Lewin a complete striker because he's clinical and also has the physique of the EPL. Also, Chelsea definitely won the transfer market because they got all their top targets and never once settled for alternatives. Also, when you look at the quality of players they've signed, you just have to give it to them. Finally, I will attribute the excessive goals in the EPL to the financial strength that has been given to the so-called lower clubs as a result of an even distribution of the TV rights. Clubs like Aston Villa can now sign a striker for £32 million. This gives them the right to come out and attack anyone without fear. We are used to having teams like Aston Villa sit back, but I guess having money to spend comes with such effect. A lot of sense you're making there, my friend. And please, Bashwai and Origi, who is the better player? I don't verse you. We don't have the time to answer that. And to the text message portal, this one says, Danny Green cost Lakers the trophy yesterday. I stayed up to watch the game. The young man was a mess of himself, but I give credit to Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo. They came for the show yesterday. I hope the Heat win Game 6 on Sunday, so that's tomorrow, so they can take the game to Game 7. Thanks. And that's from Lutana. And this one says, the sports gang, good evening. Please, everybody is entitled to dream, and it's not all dreams that come to pass. Certainly not Pogba dreams of playing for Madrid. After all, he is in the theater of dreams. That's he says Gunners for life from Sinte at Aki Road. I'm sure you meant. This one says Ozil remains the best midfielder in the EPL. Puts him in Liverpool alongside Thiago and Fabinho, and you see that only Ozil can see in and out of the pitch. I didn't get that, and that's from Waziri.
Okay, well, that is the much we can take. Many thanks to you. And my name is Victor Oriahi. I am your favorite Melanin Sports presenter. Wisdom Obina and the rest of the guys will be here from 4 p.m. to take you through the Nigerian football edition. For those who have so much to talk about as regards the Nigeria-Algeria match, well, this is the moment for you. So stay tuned, keep listening, and I tell you it's going to be a bumper, exciting time. One more thing, congratulations to the man, to the woman, or the lady, Shwantek.
Today95.1fm, Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Super Eagles, waiting they happen, waiting they share, we want no. Shayna Winch, I been landing, no matter their plan, no, we go still they fly. Walele, where you do? Walele, where you do? Tell me where you be. Finidi make you tell me where you be. Aye Beni make you tell me where you be. Tijani make you tell me where you be. Ataribo make you tell me where you do. Ayobo make you tell me where you be. Papilo make you tell me where you be. Erike Jofo make you tell me where you be. Walele where you do. My brother where you do. Say walele, where you do? My brother, where you do? Ukocha make you tell me where you be. I got wonder make you tell me where you be. Ukoro make you tell me where you be. Uba make you tell me. Olise make you tell me where you do. Udeze make you tell me where you be. Ike Shorumu make you tell me where you be. Make you tell me where you be. Ujiwe make you tell me where you be. Our Super Eagles are say where una do. Walele Walele, where you do? Walele, lele, oh, my brother, where you do? Walele, dodorima, oh, 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 dodorima, dodorima, oh, oh, dodorima, dodorima. Waiting, winning our culture. Because some management company go come begin the soccer night. So they Liberia, Sudan, and even small Sierra Leone and Senegal come begin form Goliath for David like Nigeria. But thank God, say thanks today. God just won't shake us so that we go really come down to prepare for the bigger competition. No shaking, the word na caution. What day she? Oh, she go down Wally Akota. Now today, now let us rewind to 1980 where the Super Eagles really started the show. I beg Lagbaja. 1980 nations cup. I remember Nigeria winning you. I no go forget the German Chuku. I no go forget the Leone Lokala. Mudala Walo, you did the game. Dale, rest in peace, you. Amati Kalo Deba mi dedi ya. Amase Mekano na doke you dedi ya. Christian Nomado, I no forget. Belly so Bolali. Oh Lord, intercontinental valleys the visa and my pussy you did the game. Because I forget to make you not forgive me. If you know that your name, make you forgive me. Because 1980 I did follow.
All right, good evening. Welcome to the second half of today's Sports Life, and the show is reaching you from the studios of our premium news, talk, and sports radio station, Today95.1 FM, right here in Port Harcourt. My name is Wisdom Obina, and I'm not alone in the building. It's a big Saturday. We get to look at the Super Eagles. For the second part, Chidubem Njoku, the Chief Justice of Sports. Chidubem, welcome to the show.
Yeah, don't ask why I'm here. I love my country, Nigeria. And, well, on a day they played after a very, very long time. I just have to talk about them. Nigeria taking on Algeria has to be the bulk of what we are going to talk about this evening. And it's good to be here with the other of my colleagues. Good evening, Port Harcourt, once again. Good evening, Nigeria.
All right, and sitting next to him is the demigod of sports. That's talking about Osage Ihiwe. Osage, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, Wisdom, and good evening to everyone out there. Good evening, Port Harcourt. Good evening to all sports fans around the city, around the nation, and around the globe. I was actually heartbroken yesterday. I have always wanted to be on the side of Nigeria, but this time, man, I couldn't take it any longer.
And of course, joining us here in the building, I'll get to ask him. He just said something before we brought down the bed. He was saying that these were the names. I was talking about the song on the background, that this was when we had players. And I'm sure that thought actually resonates with some Nigerians who feel, outside those Rashidi Ekini, Manela Munike, what we just have now, like we used to call it Felele. but the chief, Okechukwu, joins us here in the building. Welcome to the show.
Yes, good evening, Port Harcourt. Good evening, River State, Niger Delta, and Nigeria at large. There's no better place to be on a Saturday and Sunday afternoon, evening, like today's FM 95.1. And the sports program of the Sports Gang is the best. So good to have you people back.
All right, and on the menu, as Chidubem also pointed out, we are delving into the Super Eagles. We are breaking it down. Then we would also look at Genotro's statement. First, Chibuzo Okonkwo, not sure he's still open to play for the Super Eagles, but he was once a Super Eagles player. He says Genotro is experimenting too much. And Raw on his own part is also talking. He says yesterday's game was a good test for the Super Eagles. I don't know if you think, if you're also thinking maybe in that line now, you think it was just a fair game, a good test for the Eagles? Or do you think like Chibuzo Okonkwo is experimenting too much? Also, look at Raw's statement just before that game in an interview with Omar Katuba, German-based Nigerian journalist. Raw made a statement. I mean, what he has always written that way. According to him, he said because of his position and diplomacy, he didn't put it that way, that the MPFL players were not good enough. No, he said they should focus on making the chanting. And that repeatedly that most times when you invite them, they end up just moving on to Europe and all that. But they should focus on getting a place with the chanting. Then they would get a look in from him, just like Ikechukwu is the one, the others listed one or two names. The show, like you know, is always packaged to be interactive, so we urge you to be part of it by the part of the conversation by hitting us on any of our interactive MS or WhatsApp. You join us on 0701 9339 339 962. Doubles as the SMS portal and the WhatsApp portal. You can start sending your messages. We'll try our best to make sure we read as much as we can, but just start sending your thoughts. What do you make of the Super Eagles game? And even as the analysis continues, you actually give us your thoughts. Who was the standout player for you? I mean, how do you think the team fared yesterday? On Twitter, we are still present and live at Today FM 951. That is at Today FM 951. My handle is at wisdom_OB. You can copy me when you're sending in that tweet, so we'd also get to read it real time here on the show.
Police to West and West to Yaro, and Yaro to Okoncha, Okoncha to Finidi, Finidi to Agali, Agali to Papilo, Papilo to Agaowa, Agaowa to the net.
All right, and we definitely kick. I was flowing with the rhymes and
spirit
from Papilo to Agao. We used to enjoy these songs those days, and I mean it's still evergreen. Rami Besebeni's 5th minute strike settled the scores as the Super Eagles slumped to a third straight defeat to African champions Algeria 1-0 in an international friendly at the Wörthersee Stadium, Klagenfurt, Austria, on Friday. Bensebaini poked home from close range after the Eagles' defense failed to clear their lines from a corner kick. Thereafter, the Algerians were clearly the better side in the friendly tie as the Eagles largely struggled for pace and stability through the absence of midfield duo Wilfred Ndidi Etebo. The defeat was the 11th the Eagles have suffered under Genotro, and it also ended their 5-match unbeaten run of 3 wins and 2 draws since they lost to Algeria in the semi-finals of the 2019 Africa Cup of Nations in Egypt. Everton forward Alex Iwobi had the Eagles' best chance in the 21st minute with a long-range effort that went just wide. In the 35th minute, Paul Onachu's flick off a cross from Zaidou Sanusi narrowly missed the target. Said Benrahma and Andy Delort were at the forefront of the Desert Foxes' onslaught, with the latter forcing a brilliant save from the impressive Maduka Okoye with a 25-yard free kick early on. They aimed to keep the Phoenix at bay as the game wore out. In the second half, the Eagles failed to record a single shot on target as the Algerians piled under pressure. Genotro's men will take on Tunisia in their next international friendly on Tuesday at the Jacques Le Mans Arena. I'll start with your Sass. Some said we had a poor first half and an improved second half. What are your thoughts on that game?
Wisdom. To be candid, I really don't like being on this side of the divide when it comes to discussing the performance of the Super Eagles, but I cannot just help but speak according to the way I feel right now. We actually did not have any good half. We had
don't tell me you're about to do a patchy server. So people need to be slapped.
We actually didn't have any good half. We had an abysmal performance yesterday. Beginning from where we had a collapsed midfield. Our midfield wasn't working. Then the man we put up front did not disappoint. Talking about Paul Onachu, he actually didn't disappoint. I don't really know how he does these things. A man with such height and physique, not being able to establish or make a statement about his presence when he's on the pitch of playing in the defense of his opponents. I don't know how he does that. I expected Paul yesterday to be able to draw defenders to himself, control the aerial balls, play in your advanced playmakers or wingers bring them into the game and have them feed you where you can do a tap in or just a header right there into the next. We've seen players do such before. Lorente is one of them that does that. I expected that from him, but he was just out of the game. Instead of holding on to the ball, he actually gave out some misplaced passes. Same for Onyeka Frank. His presence was not felt at all. Tyrone had a good game. Yes, he had a good game, but wasn't his best. The person I was actually very much pleased with was Leon Balogun. Even as he left the side, came back, he still showed that he had something to offer. He actually made some defensive tackles that were really precise at the moment, and really showed what he was made of. But in general, the performance was abysmal to me.
All right, the performance was abysmal. That's according to Osas. But I'll come to you, Okechukwu. What did you make of the understanding between players in the team, knowing most of them were playing together for the very first time?
There's always bound to be that laxity or that gap when people are playing for the first time within a short period. Because if you check the number of days they trained before the match and be persons that have not played together, the bulk of the team, they've not played together for some time or they've not played at all. So we expect things like this. But given the average Nigerian team, the only way they can perform better is when they go into close camping before a competition. Then as the competition progresses, the team gels, and that way, if you're able to cross the group stages, we become very dangerous. That's the average Nigerian team. But given this kind of friendly matches where people come together just 2 or 3 days to practice before such a high-profile match, given the situation, the fact that about 6-7, they are trying about 6 to 8 new players. We expect things like this. But overall, I think Genotrua as a person has done the best he could in the light of the foregoing for Nigerian football. I don't blame him that much, although I blame him for lack of tactical and managerial savvy to take the team to the next level. But overall, where does this start from? We don't even have a league to produce players. Ordinarily, the CHAN, when last did you qualify for CHAN in Europe, convinced Nigerian players with dual nationalities to come and play for us. So I think we need a coach with the right tactical acumen to push this set of players to the next level.
All right, Dubem, let me come to you. The first half, we considered a goal that some have termed erroneous, while others believed we couldn't have probably done much to actually save ourselves from that one. But in the two halves, were you in any way impressed by the performance of the Eagles, either maybe the first half, the latter stages, or even the second half, or even the latter stages of the second half?
Well, it's really difficult to pick a part of that game that was really impressive. It was generally a shambolic performance from the Eagles, though you want to factor in the fact that they've not played for a while. And to say, I really don't agree with the statement that most of the players are playing for the first time. I don't think that's the case. Just had about 2 or 3 players in that squad who were playing for the first time. Seydou Sanusi, for instance, the other man in midfield, I'm trying to remember his name. Frank Onyeka. Those were the only 2 players who were playing in that team for the first time.
No, that was later.
He came in later. Okay, yeah. Yes, you can also add that because he played as
Samson Tijani too.
Samson Tijani has, I think
he has not played for the Super Eagles.
He hasn't played for the Super Eagles. Yeah, has he been invited? If I'm trying to remember, but I think generally that's an argument, but it's not enough. You know, the thing about football is that I need to see a direction. If I don't see a direction, then I act. But it didn't look like that. It looked like these players lacked direction. They didn't know where they were headed. You know, I was watching the game between Novak Djokovic and Tsitsipas, but it didn't look like Tsitsipas was serious. So I switched over to the Super Eagles. And once I came, it felt like I was watching an MPFL fixture. No disrespect to the MPFL, but it was the quality wasn't there. I was like, oh, no. This can't be my Super Eagles. It's performance. Disjointed passes, lofted balls. The players weren't committed. Lots of schoolboy errors. It's like, what exactly is happening? And if these things stayed for the first 20-30 minutes, I would have said, oh, it's just the fact that they're trying to blend.
Yeah, they're trying to blend.
But in the second half, it didn't really change much. Yes, they had their 5-10 minutes, spell of brilliance where they dominated, so to speak. But generally, I mean, for an Algerian team, they weren't good. I mean, we saw Algeria, that was not even up to half of the kind of Algerian, the quality we see from the Algerian squad. We're still unable to hold our own against them. And it shows clearly one thing. It showed the state of our players currently. We used to have these players do so well in the past. The AFCON, we reference that. It showed us a bit of, it showed us some things. We had some players stand up for the team. Etebo, Wifeni Didi, Alex Iwobi, Odion Igalo, and a few other names that were stand out. Those players were key ingredients of their squads then as club footballers. This period, yes, we missed those players. We missed Wilfred Ndidi, who has been very instrumental in our last few games. We missed out on Francis Uzoho on goal, although that was not really felt because I don't think our goalkeeper was tested that much, to know if we had a problem missing Francis Uzoho. So I wouldn't even count that in the picture. Victor Osimhen as well. Well, I would say we missed him for what he could do, not what he's done in the past, so to speak, because he's not really been our big man. He's been consistent in the past few games, but I mean, it's not really that huge. So in this current Super Eagles team, he's still trying to become that man you can rely on. But generally, from the post you read, I'm sure that's the press release of the NFF. They said we lacked pace. We were beating for pace. We're talking about a Nigerian team that has Chukwueze, that has Samuel Kalu, that has Ahmed Musa. I mean, the people that played in this game, that has Moses Simon. I mean, how many players on the African continent are faster than these players? And we are still talking about a lack of pace. That tells you something. There's a drop in quality. And it's obvious to see. Look at the recent movements of these players. Look at where they are. Look at the clubs they play in. What are they giving in at their respective clubs? Unfortunately, the players who are doing well in their clubs couldn't play for us. Onuachu, he's never really caught it for the Nigerian team. People ask why. I say you can't play on Onuachu, whose strongest point is heading the ball. And you're playing Samuel Kalu and Samuel Chukwueze, who if they get to the edge of the field, they'll cut in and shoot. Who's gonna put in the crosses? Me? I won't go into the field to play those crosses. You have to make arrangements for that kind of player. I mean, we see Giroud. You feed him the balls, or if you want to use him as a hold-up player, make it obvious. Let the balls get to him, and then he does the hold-up play. But none of that was done. So why exactly start Paul Onuachu? So these are questions we ask General that we deserve answers for. It's these little pockets of decisions that make people question the decision of the manager. And I think generally it was a piss poor performance from the Eagles, but there are excuses, like I did say initially. The fact that we missed key components of that squad to see if there's any improvement. But for now, I'm thoroughly disappointed.
Wisdom, I would like to just add one or two things to what Chidubem has said and also what High Chief has also said. I said abysmal performance because of one reason. I know High Chief was trying to say they've not actually gelled, they've not played together. But if you look at that are professional players, they've been playing outside, they've been training in their teams outside. Come in here and couldn't record way past 2 direct attempts on goal is actually abysmal. It's actually abysmal. Now, if you watch that game from the beginning to the end, you will see that every unit wasn't working. The Super Eagles were playing more like JSS 3 students that were put together to play a novelty football match. There was no connection, just like what Dubem here said. Look at Paul Onuachu. He's not quick, he's not fast, but he's got height. He's got a good physique. I blame the manager for that. He actually had the team this young. You speak to your wingers, tell them what to do. Tell them.
Although the coach did say that the Onuachu of a guy has to look for a way to play with the Super Eagles, that he would not bend the team to play for Onuachu.
Then keep him on the bench. Keep him on the bench. You can't say you won't bend the team to play for Onuachu and you expect him to make those blistering runs. It's not possible. Onuachu is not that fast. You're playing Onuachu, expecting him to do what Victor Osimhen would have done. He's not that fast. If Finidi George to the Victor Agali and ask him to play what Julius Agawa is going to play, you definitely not get results. So I blame him. He was just there by the sidelines, I'll call it moping and
Alice in Wonderland. Or Paul in Wonderland.
Dubem, you said something. You said there's no direction in that team. And not having direction is a function of the tactical acumen of the coach. He's bereft of ideas. We need somebody that will take the team to the next level. Granted, he has done his bit. He has done the best he could in the light of the foregoing. But his errors and the poor sense of judgment. Because over time, if you look at the teams Roa has coached in Africa before he came to Nigeria, they were all average teams. I think this is his biggest job in Africa.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is his biggest job basically. In his career. So, but
so are you saying he lacks the capacity to drive the team?
Well, the thing about Raw, I've always been, open about my feelings for Raw. There was a description I made here in this studio, I think 2 years ago, that I thought Raw. I used the example of a band, a rubber band. There's something we call elastic limit. Mm-hmm. I think Raw has reached his elastic limit. I said this 2 years ago. Not
so it's not elasticity.
He's reached his elastic limit. So at this point, he can't give you more. He can't stretch further than. So it was up to us then to decide if we wanted to stick
with him,
with that best he had given us, or move on to something bigger. Even as Victor Orari has decided to punish us with a review of the game.
Putting back the game between the Super Eagles and Algeria.
The pitch not the best in the world, but like I said, General, we must appreciate what he has done for us. Yes, bringing us out of the doldrums and keeping us where we are. Mm-hmm. Definitely, it's not an easy job. The synergy in the team is back, the unity. A lot of people are saying, foreign players are beginning to come, foreign, so to speak, start from here. He's been able to attract them. It's like government. You just create an enabling environment and they come. And that we must give credit to General. He's created that enabling environment for players to come to Nigeria. It wasn't there in the past. The NFF as well. Players can now come and play for Nigeria because they see that there's no rancor. You can play and play well in the side. So I think at this point, maybe.
So Iheanacho is I'm just looking at him. Iheanacho is getting
somebody sent a message in the first part. Maybe I really get that on the show. It was very funny
when the time comes. But really, you can join the conversation. This is a patriotic thing. So you would expect a lot of people not really being happy. Why some too might be commending what the team has done so far, what the team did yesterday. The phone lines buzzing, but we'll get to the phone lines in time. But for now, just send in your thoughts to the message portal 0701 9339 962. You can join us on Twitter at TodayFM951. My handle is at wisdom_OB. You can copy me and I'll read your tweets real time here on the show. Well, let's move on now. Let's get into the field. We've played around like men who were watching. Let's get into the field of play. And I'll start with you, Osas. Zaidu Sanusi's attacking flair was visible. Although he lost the ball in the second half to Mahrez. One key issue he actually had. But offensively, he was. I just saw him now too across the screen. It was a different thing, a different option now for the Super Eagles. The competition now be Jamilu Collins. Do you think he's the left back for the future? Do you think maybe Jamilu Collins should just and the others?
He's the left back for the future because he's quite young, and but he's a left back.
23.
Yes, he's quite
still young though. Yeah,
I think Olaina should be about 24, 25 right now. No, he's the left back for the future, but he's a left back that's got a lot to learn. If you watch that game yesterday, whenever he overlaps, he keeps the defense open. He doesn't have a backup plan in case I go forward and it doesn't work well. So at that was where we had trust being stressed a lot, and Balogun had to do a lot of
Ekong had to cover for him.
Yes, had to cover for him, and Balogun had to do a lot of sweeping also. That is what will come with experience. Yes, he's got the traits, he's got the attributes, he's got the characteristics. It's just for him to keep improving, and one day he may become the number one for that position. Yes, that's what I think.
All right, I'm coming to you, High Chief. Iwobi was the only creative spark in Nigeria's midfield. Coming back to Everton, because I'm one person who feel this man has been confused all his life. As a footballer, he's been played as a winger, as a central midfielder, as an attacking midfielder from the center. Just hovering around those positions now. But no arguments. He was the only creative spark in Nigeria's midfield yesterday.
Of course.
Do you think he has been played out of position at Everton? Because his stint at Everton has not particularly been successful.
Yes, I can say he's been played out of position in Everton and he's not been given the real time. A player needs time. if you don't have maximum playing time, it affects your psyche, it affects your performance, and it also affects your self-confidence as a player. Once you have limited time of playing, maybe in a game they bring you like 10-15 minutes to come and do what you know best, it affects your confidence. Iwobi has been played out of position in Everton. He needs to go to a place where he has to reduce to know. The brand Iwobi, I think, is beginning to lose flavor of what Iwobi used to be. Maybe he's not have enough playing time. Then he has not also fit into the plans of the coaches. And know that Everton, to over time, they've had these frequent changes, change of guard. It also affects some players. So maybe he's a victim.
About Iwobi, honestly, I think Iwobi has been given ample opportunity to prove himself. At Arsenal, I think Wenger started the whole playing from the left wing thing towards his last days at the club. Iwobi, that's Arsene Wenger now, played him on that left wing and it worked out. He put in some fine performances. Unai Emery came in, continued it, and he did do quite well in some of those games and moved over to Everton and continued playing on the left wing, playing as a number 10, so to speak, the number 10 glorified role now, which is, so to speak, no longer existent. Being creative in midfield, that free role, I don't think Iwobi has done enough when given that position in Arsenal, in Everton. He's been given the opportunity to do that. Let's not forget when he went to Everton for about 40 million pounds from Arsenal. Played, but he started disappointing, and you can't keep a disappointing player on the field. You know, questions were asked about the player and questions were asked about Iwobi, and he was relegated to the bench, and he needs to make a statement to return to action. I mean, we've seen players force themselves back into action from the bench. Iwobi hasn't done enough to force himself back into the Everton squad. I mean, we see him almost every week play football for Everton. What exactly is he doing that you will say, oh, this player is spectacular and needs a place back in the squad? Nothing, if you ask me. I think he's just a regular player. The quality isn't there. It isn't enough to make you have a rethink of his position on the bench. And playing I think that issue of playing as a free, a roving midfielder now, more like a creative midfielder, to number 10. I think it shouldn't be so much talked about, really, because he's left that zone. He's now accustomed himself to playing from the right wing. And the good thing about a good footballer is, I mean, I don't even think playing at the left, at the middle, at the right should be much of a problem. If you're that good, you shouldn't have a problem with it. Lionel Messi, where does he play? If I ask you, what will you tell me? The right wing?
Yeah.
The left wing? In front of the striker? Sometimes as a false nine? Ronaldo from the left wing as a striker? If you're that good, I mean, these days in football, we rarely have those midfield players playing in a particular position. Kevin De Bruyne sometimes plays So these days you don't have a midfield player positioned at a particular play there. It doesn't happen anymore. Football has evolved beyond that stage, and I think Iwobi shouldn't use that as an excuse. He's dropped. His performance level has dropped, and he needs to do much more to get back to reckoning. When you're down, you need to work extra. Is that extra work I've not seen from Iwobi? And it goes down. The same story goes with a lot of Super Eagles players at this point. They've given us fine years. You know, with some time ago on this program, we're talking about the decline of our players and all that. You know, what exactly is happening. But you look at that game yesterday. Apart from the bulk of the players, I mean, the players that were absent now, Joe Aribo, whose performances you can even question in recent times. You know, Wilfred Ndidi, who's been the constant for me, Victor Osimhen. You know, look at these players, pick them one after the other, and ask yourself, has any of them actually improved from what you used to see in the past? Look at Alex Iwobi. Is this a better version of Alex Iwobi than we saw in 2018? Is this a better version of Ian Acho than we saw in 2018? Ask yourself the same question for Ahmed Musa, the same question for Paul Onuachu, for Truce Tekong, Leon Balogun. I mean, you can go on and on. Jamili Collins and all of them. Are they better versions of what we used to see? If they are not better versions, then it's either you take them out of the team because it's a national team.
Yeah.
You don't have an option. You look for alternatives, or you just have to make do with what you have. And at this point, the coach has decided to make do with what you have. So that is it.
Also, as we established earlier, Onuachu did not have a shot on target in the second half.
Yes.
Should the coach just start looking beyond this man? Let's just pan our attention to what is trying to work for us, what is working now, not even maybe trying to work. Because I don't think Victor Osimhen is working. Look at Igalo. Has it worked like that? I think, but he's giving his best anyway, and it's something that is looking like
he's going to need
the future.
He's quite young.
Matches.
How many from the penalty spot?
Victor Osimhen?
Yes, in Nigeria.
I don't think he scored more than a goal on the penalty spot against Lesotho. I think he got a brace and he got a couple of goals before that.
I'll confirm that one, but I know he's been more of penalties in terms of his Super Eagles. Not the other 23s. Anyway.
But he's quite young. He needs time.
Onuachu now.
The man at Manchester United didn't just start sparking one day. I'm talking about Igalo. He didn't just start sparking.
I know Igalo was a Super Eagle late bloomer.
Yes. So definitely Victor needs
it was
time.
towards the end.
No, I'm not of the opinion that Paul should be thrown off. No. I still blame it on the tactical selection from the coach. Paul Onuachu is a brilliant player if only you can utilize him based on the abilities he has and what he brings to the table. So I believe the man himself, the technical advisor or the coach of the Super Eagles, should begin to think of how to exploit other tactical prowesses to enable these players fuse in and give what they have. I'm still saying it here that Paul should have been played more as maybe a striker to bring that link-up play from aerial balls yesterday, and that would have actually allowed people like Chukwueze blast into full their full attributes or potential.
Yes. See, the thing about this Paul Onuachu, I don't know. managers have their choices. I still will talk about this direction thing. What exactly does Gennaro want from his striker? And it's
working. You know, it's working. Yes,
because he knows what he wants.
Very true.
He wants Olivier Giroud to play that hold-up role for him, and he's been doing it fantastically well. Mesut Ozil doesn't play in Arsenal. Mikel Arteta doesn't want him because he thinks you're too sluggish for me. I can't play you. You know, we've seen coaches do it a lot of times. The player is good. It's not like you're not good, but you cannot fit into my plan. So I won't, because you are a Nigerian, come and play. It doesn't make sense. Or because you're doing well in your club, you have to play. You don't do that. If you have a working plan, you just look for the pieces that fit into the puzzle and fix them decently. You don't need to, bow to public pressure or something, or just because I heard he's doing well in Michelin, or I heard he's doing well
because
in
Desas was probably supposed to start yesterday.
No, you don't do that. You look at the pattern, you look at the strength of your squad, and also measure that up with your own tactics, your own style of play now, more like.
Okay, so you think you shouldn't just go with the performances at the club, or his voice for the club,
what I've seen of Kenneth Raw recently, he's a man who depends on the pace of our forwards. Onuachu is not a pacey player. We don't cross balls in Nigeria. I mean, I can't remember the last time we had players who crossed the ball in. So it's obvious to the blind that Onuachu is not going to function in that setup. So why bring him in? What point are you trying to achieve? It just shows you that the manager doesn't know what he's doing, or he doesn't know. He actually doesn't have a plan. Because if you have a plan, I don't think you'll be starting Onuachu when you clearly know that it's not going to work out.
Of course, you see, there's something Gennaro or the technical crew of the Super Eagles they really need to do. In management, there's this thing they call the SWOT analysis: strength, weakness, opportunity, and threats.
Yeah.
So I think he needs to look into the SWOT analysis of each player to know where they fit in. Without that, the team wouldn't make progress. You don't keep a player like Paul Onuachu when you don't have people that feeds him with the ball. The goal is scored against Egypt in the match in Warri. You can see it was a cross, and he did what he was supposed to do. So you give such a player, you must look at his strength, look at his weakness, look at his opportunity and area of threat. You look at it very well, and by the time you do a perfect blend of it, you will get what you want.
Yes.
Gennaro and the technical crew of the Super Eagles, they really need to sit down, think, come up with a direction, a policy, not just one-way traffic, but at least there should be a mixture of what they want, like a plan A, B, and C. Ganatua doesn't have a plan B.
Yes, that's exactly where I wanted to even go to now. Plan A or plan B, because it is not every time that maybe a pacey forward could function for you. There are some tactical changes you could do within the match when you see that your pacey forward is not getting you those desired results, and you see someone like Paul Onachu coming. He should build himself to be able to switch formation. We see these things with coaches outside. Why can't we have it here? You just cannot stand by the sideline and keep moping, doing nothing. That's the issue I have with him. He should be able to build himself to a level. Now he's had a lot of time with the team. Now it's more than 2 years.
Sorry to interject. Joe Bonfrey, when he was in Nigeria, at the time when things were not working, he quickly switched to this 3-5-2 formation.
Yes, very true.
Roy himself even did that at some point, with Victor Moses and, playing from the wing back. And it worked. That was even when we defeated Algeria en route to the World Cup, the qualifiers.
We're playing wing backs. En route the qualifiers.
Exactly, we're playing wing backs. And we're working with the strength of the squad. So right now, playing on Onachu, it's like
using the same 4-2-3-1 formation.
Like the quote you said initially, I don't know who said that we're experimenting too much. That's too much experiment, for crying out loud. You know that this is not going to... It's clear that this is not going to work. I mean, it's obvious now. I've rather have started Kelechi Iheanacho, for crying out loud.
Or even the question I want to ask here now is, what are they doing to Paul Onachu right there in Belgium that he's producing results?
They are giving him crosses. They're feeding him with crosses. That's the difference.
Why can't Genot learn from there?
Oh yes.
Or maybe, like some would say, the tools in your arsenal, you bring out the one that is necessary for the particular situation. Maybe towards the end of a particular game, if we need all those quick goals, you can actually reorganize the team, bring in one or two people that are good with the crosses and what have you. But let's move on and move on.
Or maybe we should tell Chukwueze and Samuel Kalu to be less possessive of the ball. Perhaps.
Okay.
It will help on our.
Let's look at the public ratings now. These are according to a particular or two particular websites went with a similar rating. So I decided to just bring it up, but I'll ask the guys their own thoughts on it. In the ratings, Tyrone Ebuehi and Zaidu Sanusi were the best players for Nigeria in the game. Alex Iwobi was next. Zaidu Sanusi and Tyrone Ebuehi, 8/10 respectively. For Alex Iwobi, got 7/10. Leon Balogun, 7.5/10. Nacho was 4.5. But the goalkeeper was also given a 7/10 rating. William Chusekong really had issues, but 6/10. Onyeka, I was disappointed. I've not mentioned his name in this discussion because
your boy.
Ah.
I had a lot of him and Zaidu Sanusi. No, him and Sanusi. I had lots of expectations on their shoulders, but it's obvious. Onachu taught us earlier that playing for Midtjylland and being Nigeria's top scorer in Europe does not translate into glory. Onyeka is coming from Midtjylland, best player in the team last season, voted best player, helping them to the Champions League. But maybe one game is not enough to judge somebody. But I don't know. Do you agree with these ratings? Let me just run through them again. Manu Koko is 7/10, Tyrone Ebuehi 8/10, Zaidu Sanusi 8/10, William Chusekong 6, Leon Balogun 7.5, Shemi Ajayi 6.5, Frank Onyeka 4, Alex Iwobi 7/10, Samuel Kalu 5/10, Samuel Chukwueze 6/10, Paul Onachu 4.5/10. Is anybody looking out, seeing what I'm seeing? I think Chukwueze has probably done everything he wants to do in football. I don't really see anything new that's coming out of that man. But Moses Simon was the best substitute, 6/10. Akpoguma was played out of position anyway. I was brought in to replace the right back on the DB, Tyrone Ebuehi. But I'll ask this question across board. First, Dubem, are you okay with this? And who was your man of the match from the Nigerian perspective? Nobody. There must be somebody.
I wish I could say nobody.
Okay, who was head and shoulders above the others, or heads
and shoulders?
Maybe heads only, not heads and shoulders.
Nobody was. I think Leon Balogun and Zaidu Sanusi had a good showing for his debut. It was quite a good showing, but Leon Balogun put in some work, and you could see that the man was trying to convince the manager that he's still in him. He still has something to give. He's not out and done with yet. The manager can still at least find him useful in the squad going forward. But generally, I think kudos has to go to Alex Iwobi as well. Did quite some little with the possessions he had, some positive runs, forward runs, tried to open spaces for his teammates and everything. But I think the attack was shambolic, and that's why the rating is even showing you that you can. I don't think a lot of people want to disagree with that. The attack was shambolic. We did more of defending that game than attacking, and good a thing we didn't concede so many goals. Or good a thing the Algerians didn't even come to the party. They didn't look like a serious team, because if they were half as serious as the Algeria that I thought they would be, should have beaten us silly in that game. Yeah, because the Nigerian team.
But I don't think it's our style that made them.
And that argument has always been there. I say that sometimes.
Yeah, the coach said it. Bemani said it, yes. That the arrangement.
We are always defensive. It's not new. It's not new. Gernot Roy is a defensive minded manager. We've seen it a lot of times. At the AFCON we saw it. Even the game we lost to Algeria the last time, it was a similar thing. We sat deep. We waited for those lucky breaks and all. But I think generally, let's just stick with Leon Balogun and,
So Leon Balogun was the man for you. All right.
Just Leon Balogun.
Yes.
He was just
better than the rest. He was better than the rest. At some point, Tyrone did well. He provided a lot of options in the first half while going forward. The same thing for Sanusi on the both flanks, as in left back and right back. But Leon was the man. He made some decisive stops that actually would have led to goals, and maybe would have come back with a bag full of goals. He made some decisive stops. There was one he went against Mahrez, where he had to turn Mahrez from inside. It was like a 360.
The confidence.
Yes, the confidence was good. I believe these new that doesn't see too many games. I believe these new players. No, I'm talking about Leon Balogun. Yes, he had to turn Mahrez round, and such could bring offer boosts to new players. Seeing that we have someone that could play this way, they believe that fine, we could also do our best, even if we come against established players like Mahrez. I believe that's what he added to the team. For me, he's the best. He was the best performing player yesterday. For Iwobi, no, because I saw Iwobi just running helter skelter, trying to string one or two passes. He didn't actually do what the Iwobi I used to know.
So Iwobi was learning helter skelter. But coming to you, the High Chief, looking at the ratings now and the 11 players on the field, who was your own standout player?
I think, for me, from my own perspective, I'm looking at it from three different angles.
Okay.
One, I'm looking at the goalkeeper, Seydou, and Leon Balogun. Why I said the goalkeeper, given his first full
start
for the Super Eagles, he was able to coordinate the defense. Basically, a good goalkeeper must coordinate your defense. You see because you're the man that sees the errors of your defender. So he was able to put them together, and he made about 4 saves that would have resulted to goals. So if you look at it from the other point of view, I think he was a class. He stood out. Leon Balogun, to someone that is coming from a situation where he was much rusty from Brighton before he went to Rangers to rediscover himself. Then Seydou too, a debutant, playing very well. He made things difficult for Riyad Mahrez, and he was also able to make some attacking forays. So if you look at it, these 3 players, they are the people that really stood out for Nigeria yesterday. The rest didn't come to the party, just like Echidibe will always say.
0817-0000-951 0810-951-0951. The text message portal remains 0701-9339-962. We've talked about the game. We've broken it down in bits and even pieces. What are your thoughts? And who was, maybe from what you saw, was it Leon, the standout player for you? Leon Balogun, Ekong, or maybe Iwobi or Koye? Today's Sports Live, good afternoon to you, or good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. I'm fine. How about?
To be honest, when you're running the show, between the week and normal days, the 2 Thursdays and Friday. So I have the privilege to call, but I don't know what to call. I want to wait after this game is being played before I will have to call. Because a lot of the callers, they were predicting we were going to beat them 4-0, 3-0, 3-1, what have you understand? When you have a manager, a coach like that, and with the players, when you assemble a bunch of mediocre, then with the manager, the mediocre manager, into one basket, you group them together. They are nothing to prove to us. You understand? So I don't think anything good about these players. We don't have anything for now. We don't have the players. They are not there. We're not there to play. Look at how they do that and balance the whole nation. You know, they have to play football match. I'm so disappointed. You understand? I've decided not to watch these boys anymore.
Hey, no. You watch them.
Tell him to calm down.
I can't sit in my house and begin to watch these boys.
Hi.
You know how to play football.
Hi.
I don't think that our present team can beat any West African nation. We cannot.
Why?
We cannot beat this by Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire.
Lesotho. Benin Republic. Oh, Benin.
The commitment of our players is very poor to the national team.
Lesotho is not even here.
If you watch them in the club side, they do better than what they brought to us here now. Watch them. When they come down here, the commitment is very poor. They don't want to sacrifice themselves for us. If you don't want to play, it's better you leave now. Nobody's going to force you. That to come and pick that Bismarck performance and to come and embarrass the whole nation. Is that what you want to watch on the television set? I don't like this kind of play. I don't like the performance was poor in the night. I'm disappointed with that, like the management. So they should change the tactics.
All right. Thank you so much, Albert, for your thoughts. Believes they should change the tactics. Talked about changing the coach. Talked about a lot of things. And I don't know about them being a bunch of mediocres. But today's Sports Live, good evening.
Yes. Thank you very much. The right one.
Welcome to the show, Jerry. Ochuku.
I get you. Thank you very much.
Jerry, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Nigeria national team is the worst national team in the whole world.
That's according to you.
Nigeria coach is the worst coach in the whole world.
That's according to you.
I love Nigerian fans.
If I cannot watch Super Eagles, but I can listen to commentary like this to see how much goals they concede. So I try to play and to lose all the time. Since the last coach Nigerian national team, I do not think that Nigerian players have ever seen six passes together without losing it. The right one, are you hearing me?
Yeah, we are with you, Jerry.
I challenge all of you. It's not possible that Nigerian players on the team can passes to six players without losing it. Before they lose it. It's difficult. Do not bring and applaud something you know that is not working. We are not moving forward to this country and national team. What is the national team is what plays out in this country. Let me tell you something. Every team Nigeria plays dominates us in ball possession. Even when we play with Tahiti in one League 8 Nation Cup some years ago, we beat them 7-0. They dominated us. This Nation Cup, go and take ball possession of all those things. Now, you know that those players cannot play well or perform better. It's just that one. You don't need the top start in all top teams before you can gather players and mold them and build them like what something we can do. Let me tell you something. See, we don't play that general. We start to write that thing down. When we played against Croatia in last World Cup, the entire 45 minutes was wasted. The players couldn't switch two passes together. So when you have to question, I see that with all these performance, you don't consider it how. That means that the players just play with their common sense. They play with their common potential. There is no coach that will wait to build them. Christian Chukwu was a poor coach. Ejabo was bad. Chiasa was bad. All of them, testing was not technically sound. Technically, they covered up. Let me tell you something. Only they could have been the coach that could have beaten us all. He has a technical tactical, but administrative issue of it. Until you understand the truth
we are going nowhere.
All right, Chuku, thank you so much for your thoughts. Okay, today's Sports Live. Good evening.
I greet you with every fiber of my. Not forget the Christian
Honorable Bibi, chop knuckle.
Honorable Bibi, chop knuckle.
You know, add palliative.
We still a sharp palliative by this time.
No, you can't tell.
Okay, Honorable Bibi palliative. We greet you too.
More money to your account. Don't forget to bring the side. Chief,
yes.
I greet you.
I greet you.
It has stayed, though.
It have stayed, my brother. Now hustle.
Good to hear you from this side of my radio.
Same here.
General and a national team yesterday.
Did you say General?
Yes, that's his botanical.
I heard Barry in the first part. Now I'm hearing all General.
That General and a better guy now.
Oh, wow, what I do.
I think it was. I don't know. Some people say it was a very shambolic performance. I think they are not right. I don't know which one is even worse, either shambolic or woeful. Which one bad part?
Now you go talk down.
Lackluster. Terrible.
I think the performance yesterday was very chambolous.
Off your mic.
And not the only chambolous, I'm going to call them. He can't feature woeful. And Abismal was even supporting. Because to me, as far as I'm concerned, that match yesterday, even the Algeria side were not even spectacular.
Yeah.
Not that they were too good. They were not even playing anything better. So that the Nigerian side refused to up their game to what we know them to be. That was just the problem. It was just an ordinary Algeria side, which normal Nigerian side would have been like 3-4-0.
Yeah.
Because they were not even too good. So I don't know. Well, I don't know. Maybe they will say, let me just give them an excuse, which is the post-COVID-19 team.
All right.
They have not recollected themselves. But yesterday, look at Paul Onuachu. I think we have a problem with our Super Eagles these days. Nobody crosses the ball these days. Everybody wants to dribble into the 18. We don't have those midfielders that can give you those passes like Okosha used to do. Nobody sees those passes that are open defenses for the to score. And I don't know where we our players. They say they are playing Europe, but I don't understand them. In Europe, you see the wing backs go front, support the wingers with cross, and they even bring in those crosses and even assist with goals and even score goals. Our wing backs yesterday, I don't know whether they won them. No near, they don't pass that center circle. I don't understand. Because they were not playing like, they were not even playing like wing backs. They were just, to me, my best player yesterday for the national team was the goalkeeper. Right?
Okay.
And it did better to me.
All right, Bibi.
My own.
All right,
but
Bibi.
Ogenero needs to up his game if he wants to continue with Nigeria national team.
All right, thank you so much, Bibi, for your thoughts. Today's Sports Live, good evening.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening, Simon.
Thank you. Well, my dear Super Eagles. Hey, whoa. What will I do now? I will not cry anyway. In football, let me just take it as one of those things in football. But even if I want to kill the players, I will see somebody justice with mercy also. The reason why I will not try to condemn too much, at least I know the last two matches they played. The last two matches they played, I think, and even the qualifier. Let me leave the qualifier. The qualifier we played against lower teams. The last two matches, Ukraine and the Brazil that we played. I know the team played better. I mean, far better. Now, one of the main reasons of that match yesterday, let me tell us, when your midfield is not working, it will affect the whole team. Our main people that are playing that midfield, they are not there. It's only Alex Iwobi that is there in the middle. And all of us know what Alex Iwobi has been playing even in Nigeria Super Eagles recently, that if all these people are there, Ogelekele Etebo is there, Wilfred is there, even Jarebo is there. It's even hard for Alex Iwobi. All of us saw it even in Brazilian matches and the Ukraine matches. Now, it is a new chemistry now. Now, the coach played Semi Ajay, a central defender, as one of the midfield there. So nobody is there that can hold on to dictate the play, how the team plays in that team. I don't know why he invited Mikel Ago. When he don't have that confidence that he will start Mikel Ago, at least somebody that is a midfielder that will hold on the ball. It's not only by marking. Yes, that what is the name? The new player that plays, he was marking yesterday. But it's not only by marking, running around, marking. So sometimes confidence match that before your daily. Now, I think the main thing that affected the team that yesterday is the changes in our midfield. Then the second one is the run rate that we have. Just as you said, in Nigeria, they are not fantastic, but they are far better than Nigeria that yesterday. Because at least some of their players that are playing for them were here. I know that Habibi, Gelekale Etebo and Indidi was there. But if they were there in that match yesterday, the team couldn't have been bad like that. Or one of them is there. If one of them is there, then play with other one. At least
all right, Simon.
Have 3 midfielders.
All right.
Now, I think let us watch the Tunisia match before I will even talk about whether condemning or not. If I watch the Tunisia match finish, if I don't see any changes, then if I have any other bad word to say, I will say it.
All right, Simon, we have to move on. Simon, thank you so much for your thoughts. All right, we lost that one. Chidubem, let's get to the message portal.
All right, on the message portal, we've got quite some interesting messages here. This one says, Raw is over-experimenting too much. He needs to have his 23 to 30-man squad, and he should start blending them now. 4 years in charge, yet no team. That's from Oscar KJ from Port Harcourt. This one says, I agree, Raw is experimenting way too much. If he has to think about the team, it shouldn't be pretty much. Do you observe the boys are wearing much hair now? That's from Chima from Obiam. And Ruth from Apajo is saying, good evening, guys. I heard someone say that it's because Eagles wore the bitter leaf soup jersey. That's why they lost. Please, they should wear the other jersey against Tunisia. I'm sure you're talking about the dark green jersey and all the superstition that comes with it. This one says, hi, Superman, and good evening, sports gang. Honestly, the Super Eagles players were bad in that game. In fact, we lacked direction and there was no hunger in the players to score. Seriously, Paul Onachu was the worst player on the field. We should look for a good striker, Biko, and not a certain Onachu. That's from Fortune in PH. And this one says, please, the only player I can pick is the keeper. The rest players have no place in the team. That's from Toby. And finally, this one says, hi guys, talking about Paul producing results in Gunk. We don't know. Again, ask yourself, what did France coach do to Giroud that Lampard is not doing? Enough is enough to Paul. Justice from Lagos goes on to say, Paul Onachu cannot be the first choice ahead of Yakubu in Adamawa United. Peter Olayinka is better than all the strikers that's in the camp now, because all of them are not starters in their team. Super Eagles is NYSC camp.
Today's Sports Live, good evening to you. Okay, we lost that one. Today's Sports Live, good evening to you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Collins.
Collins, welcome to the show. Speak up a bit.
Why are you looking best player for a team that lost?
No, I didn't say best player. I said who was the standout. Maybe
Best
the player is
performing
okay, the others in the team. So if we are flogging everybody, we know who will flog less or just leave.
No one is better.
No one is better.
Yeah, starting from the coach.
Hi, Collins, you are true.
No one is better. Nigeria came out. In fact, we are tired. Let's change coach. And as in that, just.
Collins, I know you're not happy.
I love this country. You know, we play 1-0 draw in Brazil one day, and the fans are all joyous and say, "Hey, this is Super Eagles. We want to see." We play against Ukraine 2-2. I'm like, "Yeah, I love the spirit." Before you know it, they are losing to Algeria.
I think the
Brown needs to be sacked.
I'm telling you, the other caller that called talked about Ndidi and Etebe not being in the team. Are we going to always rely on? What if they pick up injuries during a tournament? We should have a backup.
Like if your best players are out, you definitely will miss.
Today's Sports Live, good evening.
Good evening to you, Superman.
Good evening, the man from the tap room.
Thank you very much. Both the I chief
I
and
greet
the
you.
low chiefs.
I greet you specially.
Good evening, sir.
Evening, my brother.
Superman. I once told an upcoming musician of Port Harcourt here, even if put bomb for a mouth, no go blow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what the Super Eagles say now. When rain fall, your pocket no full, and the dew go full your pocket. For me, when you talk about the only person that stood out for me is the goalkeeper yesterday, because if not for him, maybe I for remember Kepa. You understand my point now? You know, but I think it's unfortunate because if the late Stephen Keshi, in about 2 years or thereabout, was able to win the AFCON, qualified the Super Eagles for World Cup and what have you, even went to the second round. What are we talking about here? When the Franco-German tactician, what I complete that, could not even up till now, is still building, and he told me that he took some positives from the loss yesterday. Maybe it's possible he took some positives that to know that for now, the Super Eagles are just individuals, so they just bring together. Doesn't matter. Remember the Tahiti team once where they told us, the Asian team where they say some of them were carpenters, fishermen, and what have you. I think that was a replica of what I saw yesterday. Because for yesterday, at a point in time, somebody who went to a viewing center, they even begged who go give her 15 naira, take pay transport. That was just 15 minutes into the match. Let us talk of some of us who get to go buy fuel on generator to watch match. When they say ball first, please, what does it mean?
It means Nigeria versus Algeria.
Ball first.
All right.
For me, as far as I'm concerned, Kenneth Rowe, I said it before, it's not technically sound. I'm not a coach, but sometimes when you're on the outside, you need best answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, the real gift. Today's Sports Live, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Christopher. I'm calling you for Pipeline.
Christopher, welcome to the show.
Yeah, I've been following your program keenly from the start, and I appreciate everyone.
Thank you.
You guys are doing well.
Thank you.
But I will start my tackle from the studio too as well. You know, in Nigeria, everybody is a coach. You know, especially when things don't go our way. You guys, the way you analyzed everything there, it made me remember when I think one of the Neville brothers,
Phil Neville.
Yes, it was in the plastic screen, you know. I think he used to be the best in the world until they gave him the coaching job.
Yeah,
and
it was Gary.
Yes.
Gary Neville.
We can talk and the result after much and how long it lasted in club. So as at yesterday's match, in as much as a Nigerian we are disappointed, but I don't know if I am correct. If Algeria should be number one in Africa, right?
No, they are not.
Number two.
No, they are not. Tunisia is number 2 and number 1 is Senegal.
They
are not. I don't think. Yeah,
okay, Algeria is number 4.
Number
Tunisia
4,
is
5,
2.
yeah.
Senegal is number 1.
Algeria is number
4, just below Nigeria.
Okay, and Nigeria is what?
Number 3.
Number 3. Okay. The difference is not that much. Yesterday, for me, the player that I can say that deserves another chance in our second match is the number 3, Zaidu, the man from SC Porto. I think he plays more like a foreigner, not even the pattern our local black Nigerian players play. The way he takes on people and he doesn't play like someone that is coming into the team, a new timer. He plays like he has big team. I urge us to give them chance. I think it's been up to 11 to 12 months or more than that we've not played national team football. And these guys, most of them played last weekend in their club. And I think the training is just 2 or 3 days. So the understanding, and some of them are new. We have up to 3-4 debutants, if I'm not mistaken. So let us give them chance. Let us watch them against Tunisia in their next match before we start condemning them. Please, let's not be like Phil Neville. Thank you.
Thank Thank you so much for your thoughts, Christopher. One person who's trying to maybe understand things a little bit because nobody wants to. Most of the callers don't even want to hear anything. Come on, this team was not just good enough. Today's Sports Life. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening. This is Pastor Lawrence.
Pastor Lawrence, welcome to the show.
Yeah. Well, it has happened, and we all witnessed it. The issue here is that what really happened yesterday, it was just individual something. I remember, because as they were playing yesterday, I remember those days in the village. One village, we just come out and say we want to play with another village, then we to call each other. And I believe that these people, they just went to Austria, lodged in hotel, and enjoyed themselves. Because I was looking at Nacho yesterday, see how somebody passed.
Should he be slim? Should he be slim? No, go ahead, I get your point.
Look at them now, even the Paul, what do you call
Onuachu.
Onuachu. Look at him now. The guy had more, so it was very heavy. Despite the fact that he was running up and down. But the main issue is that our midfield was not okay yesterday at all. The only person that I saw in that midfield was Iwobi. He tried a little bit. But if the midfield, because I was having an argument with some Paul we do up front today. He cannot do anything. And that was we saw him running up and down yesterday. Like I used to play football when I was in primary school. So it's okay. Let's see what will happen on Tuesday. I believe that between now and Monday, they will be able, because they will learn from that yesterday night, and they will make it up.
All right.
They will come out fine.
All right, Pastor Lawrence. All right, Pastor Lawrence. Thank you so much for your thoughts, Pastor Lawrence. Today's Sports Live. Good evening.
Yeah, we can sorry, it's me, Albert.
Quickly, Albert.
Yeah, to be honest, let us forget about the maybe for 3 and what have you. You understand? A player that is serious, look at Sanusi. Just for how many days? Okay, less than 2 days. We went to France and beat France on that certification. Less than 2 days. If when this bet are not serious, the commitment was poor. Simple.
All right, Albert. Thank you so much for that addition. Well, Chibuzo Okonkwo is a Super Eagles player, still a Super Eagles international. He has urged national team coach Genotro to stop excessively experimenting with players following Nigeria's 1-0 defeat against Algeria in Friday's international friendly. Now, quoting him, he said, Raw must stop experimenting with players. Even if there will be changes, it should be few, probably 2 or 3. Okonkwo told Goal. If Algeria can play their full squad, why can't we present our best? Mahrez was there. All the Super Eagles players were foreign-based, he added. They are playing week in, week out for their teams, so there should not be an excuse. The fact that Osimhen and Didi were not in the squad is not an excuse for failure. Meanwhile, Genotro has played down the defeat to Algeria in Austria yesterday. Now, quoting Genotro, he said, "This is a very good test for us. There are positives to pick from a tough game like this." The German coach said their focus now is the next friendly against Tunisia. He added, "Now we have to recover well and start to plan for the next game on Tuesday against another tough team." The chief is Genotro experimenting too much with his team.
Of course, he is on daily basis. He is experimenting on daily basis. But I don't blame him. Like this match, now most of the players he had in mind sustained injuries. So as a coach, you must have this stopgap measure of bringing in fringe players to fill the vacuum that has been created with the exit of some players as a result of injuries. But the underlying factor there is that I think he needs to change his tactics. Dubem says, and I quote, the team does not have a direction. It's supposed to be like the tugboat that's moving the barge, which is the team. So once you lack that capacity to move that team to El Dorado, to the promised land and where the team ought to be. He has tried. considering where he took us from when he got the job. He took us up to the first top 30 in the world. So he has tried. There must be the only thing in life that is constant is change and positive changes. So I think he has tried his best. Dubem says he has reached his point of elasticity, and once there's elastic, you stretch it beyond elasticity. It gets to that point where it breaks. So before we break him, let's see how he can give the team direction, or he gives way. He has experimented enough.
All right, Osas, it was just a friendly game, like Ross said. Finally, on this one, before we talk about the MPFL, should we just take it as a good test? Like
we've always been testing and testing. When he gets to do it again of Raw, it's becoming too many by now, too much. By now, as a coach, he should have his philosophy. It is like the Spanish national team. Even if a soldier goes and another returns, there is a philosophy. You play according to that. If you notice carefully yesterday, even the national team, being the Super Eagles, don't even have a dedicated set piece player, someone to take the set pieces, call it corner kick, call it free kicks. Now the goal we conceded came from a well-taken corner kick from Riyad Mahrez. Now it was Mahrez. If you watch that game carefully, two other corner kicks that would have also resulted in very close was still the same man, Mahrez. Now I don't see how a coach will be driving the ship for a team for this long, and you're not. There are some basic things we expect that you have that that are missing. For now, I don't know. I really don't know what to say, but he should have been able to build a philosophy. It is way beyond it's just a friendly game, because if it happens on Tuesday again, we'll still come here and say it's just a friendly game. We're picking positives from it. How long do we continue to pick positives from it? He's been there now, I think, going to 4 years or 4 years plus. By now, he should have gotten a team A and a team B that will be able to deliver or execute a job whenever the time calls. Whether Wilfred is there, Etebo is not there, there should be replacement. Even if that person will not give you up to 100% what Wilfred will give, he should be able to give you an 80 to 85% of what we need. So this is what I'm actually looking at. It's not about if it's a friendly game. I feel a lot of things need to be done. The team needs to be shaken up. Not the players throwing players away, but I think tactically the team needs to be shaken up.
As much as I have my reservations about getting it raw, which I've done already, I think coaching the Nigerian team is quite difficult. It's a peculiar situation, especially when it comes to do with this consistency thing and experimenting, so to speak, in quotes now. The Super Eagles or Nigerian players are a peculiar bunch, especially these days. There's a sheer lack of consistency from the players. How many players can you think of in the Super Eagles setup that could give you a consistent high-level performance for a period of 5 years? So it's tough for the manager sometimes to make these decisions, because you have, in this current setup now, questions are already being asked about Iheanacho, for instance. At some point, Iheanacho was a very key component of this squad, but it might be unfair to other players, it will be unfair to other players to keep inviting Iheanacho. I mean, we've also been in this studio and also said Kelechi Iheanacho doesn't deserve to be in the squad at some point. So those lack of consistency sometimes affects the coach's decisions, but it doesn't rule out entirely the fact that sometimes you need to take some decisions. When the angle of experimentation I want to look at is the formation, the tactics. I mean, sometimes you do some funny things. You don't stick to what is working for you. Kenora, for instance, like I said, especially decision for Paul Onwachu, and also decision to play this guy in defense. I don't know why his name I keep forgetting his name. The new boy now. I think I'll get used to him.
Zaidu.
No. In midfield rather.
Frank
Onyeka. I mean, you had Mikel Agbo on the bench, a guy that has been in that team. It looks like more like an understudy to Ndidi. He's been there. It's not the first time you've invited him, and you rather play Frank Onyeka. I don't know. It's a friendly match, like I say. It's time to experiment. We always bash the coach when it doesn't work out, and when it works out, nobody remembers to bash the coach anymore. That's football for you. But as we have to say these things sometimes the way they are. Mikel Agu perhaps should have started, despite the fact that, you tried this guy, didn't work out, but nothing stops you from changing it in the second half when you saw it wasn't working. And Paul Onachu, like we said, so the experimentation now sometimes is not just about the players, because like Chief was saying, sometimes it's a necessity. Like in this game against Algeria, it was a necessity. If Paul Onachu didn't play, you would have played Iheanacho or you would have played Seridesas. Either way, complaints would have come. So he had to take it, although I still fault it that I would have fancied any of those to because of his style. That's if actually that is his style, but that's what we've seen of him of late, and of course the strength of the team as well. So what the experimentation today is 3-5-2. Tomorrow we are trying to use full attackers. The next time is wing backs and everything. I know we are trying to play to the strength of the team, but let's be decisive with what we want. What does the coach actually want with this team? If we are going to be an all-attacking team, let's make that known. If we want to be defensive, let's make that known. And this idea of the Super Eagles playing to the strength of their opponent, I think it should stop. We've always been doing that. If we play against Brazil next week, I can tell you for a fact that you will not see that shambolic performance you saw against the Algeria side. It's something we've been used to seeing from Super Eagles in recent times. You're playing against a bigger team, they step up. They come against a lower team, that momentum drops.
Step down.
And begin to ask yourself, what exactly? Is the coach telling them something different when you're playing against this big team and something different when you're playing against smaller ones? So you should be able to ginger them to keep that level of consistency against different opponents, because when you're doing that, you're building yourself as a unit. You're understanding what the manager wants, and you're in fact building you're building yourself strategically towards a point, and we keep talking about the fact that we don't have a proper style as a country. I can close my eyes tomorrow and figure out how the Spanish team will play, how the French team will play, how the England national team will play, how the German national team will play. But I ask myself, what or how would the Nigerian team play? It's difficult to answer that question. And that's where the coach will come into play. We don't have that for now. And perhaps that's why the questions keep coming in and in again. So even when we win, it's just going to be a transient celebration, that short-lived celebration. Oh, we've done it this time around. But you actually look at the details and you see that some of these things are lacking. Sometimes just about the high-level performance of the boys on the night or on the afternoon or on the morning or whatever. And after that, it goes back to normal. So at this point, we have to look further than this level. Like I said, we'll give them the grace of the next game against Tunisia, because this is a friendly match. We don't want to make too much out of it because it's going to be unfair to the coach and to the players. It's just a friendly game, and also Algeria are a good team as well on the continent. It's not like we're playing against Lesotho or the Gambia, for instance. We played against a formidable team, although they were not up to par. But questions have to be asked, and these are the questions we're asking already.
All right, we'll leave that Tunisian game. Maybe in the coming days we'll talk about it. But Super Eagles coach Gernot Rohr says every MPFL player who wants to play for the national team must first focus on going to the Chan team. Now, the Chan Nations Cup, or maybe the Chan Cup, is for home-based players or Africa-based players. Now, Gernot Rohr has majorly overlooked the Nigerian Professional Football League players in time past, with goalkeeper Ikechukwu Ezenwa being the only regular league player that usually makes the court. But with the Nigerian Football League not in session as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, Gernot Rohr has once again moved on to answer the question that he has had to answer a million times. What must the MPFL players do to get the attention of Gernot Rohr?
They need to play at first, and they need to go to the Chan team, which is at first the A team of the Nigerian players, and they have to show the qualities. The coach of the Chan team is normally my assistant, and then together we all the time took somebody. We took, I think, more than 22 or 3 players them immediately after they sign in Europe.
The former Bordeaux coach went on to highlight the issues facing Nigerian-based footballers, inability to play and poor infrastructures.
That's why there's a big pressure, of course. Everybody wants to make money with the players and to bring them Super Eagles, which is a guarantee for the professional clubs in Europe or in Asia to take a good one, But at first I have to play well. You know that I still have Zenva in my list. He did well in the country and in the Chan team, so he deserved. We had so many others also who are now everywhere in the world. But the problem is they are not playing for a long time to find the rhythm and the infrastructures. Yes, they have not good conditions without playing and without good infrastructures.
All right, Gernot Raw talking about the MPFL players and their chances of playing for the national team.
Super Eagles waiting they happen.
All right, well, guys, this is a big question that has always been. He's always answered it too. It's not like he has always refuted it or he's dodged the question. He answers it head on and tries his best. According to him, he says the last time, I didn't play every part of that interview. Omar Katuba had it with him. He tried his best. He said Omar Katuba can say anything he wants to say. Because Katuba said that structure was terrible and what have you. He said him is not permitted to say anything because if he says his own, it will be taken as but let me quote
anti-party activities in quotes.
Something like that. Let me quote Ike Harris on Twitter at Harry Walla. He said, if that's Harry Walla on Twitter at Ike Harris, he said, if the LMC and MPFL players are invited to play for the Super Eagles and they attract offers abroad, shouldn't the cycle continue so we have more foreign exchange earnings? Nigerians are more players exposed to better facilities plus transfer fees earned by clubs back here. Imagine that left back versus Algeria. I'll take that again. Definitely wasn't too straight. I'm sure it was in the heat of the moment. If the LMC and MPFL players are invited to play for the Nigerian Super Eagles and they attract offers abroad, shouldn't the cycle continue so we'll have more FX earning Nigerians and more players exposed to better facilities plus transfer fees earned by clubs back here? Well, I'll start with you, Osas. Gernot Raw has answered this question over and over again. He says the players in the Nigerian Professional Football League, yes, he went on to talk about the inactivity currently, plus the structure, plus that and all that, and summed it up to what he's always, the part he's always told, that they are not ready for the national team. Should the MPFL players or the league of any country in Africa, let's not go to Europe, should they be, as MPFL players, should your attention be on making the home-based nations? I don't like that CHAN thing, but should your attentions be on making the CHAN team or the national team, which of course is the main thing? The CHAN thing is just a consolation Nations Cup, if you ask me.
I'm actually not happy with that statement because Gernot has always been a man that has always been looking for, I don't know how to say it. Maybe he has been always looking for an excuse to always justify the fact that he doesn't pick players from the home ground. I don't like that because I don't like that statement actually because it's going to dampen the morale of some of these players who play down. They've been trying to do a lot to see how they can get his attention. Now, saying this, I believe everyone who wants to excel has the sky not just as a limit but as a starting point, and a lot of these players even look ahead of the CHAN. Yes, CHAN is there. I'm not taking it away from CHAN. For that, if you're still playing with, we've seen a lot of players like that. I don't think the likes of Lionel Messi first played in South America. Immediately, does it mean okay? You're trying to let them know now that I'm not going to see you except you make the CHAN list. In one way, it might look to him, it might look like he's saying, try to since you're in the home scene, try to fight to become the best in the home scene. But I don't think I like that. I'm seeing it this other way, where players down here feel they are not equal, or they cannot find the face or the attention of the head coach if they don't. Now you're going to be making qualifications for CHAN. Also, you're going to be bringing in politics into it because those who cannot make it will do everything possible within their powers to make sure that they make their way into the Chan team. And definitely you will get the wrong set of players again to come and continue from where we are right now.
Osas,
yes,
I think I beg to differ with you a little on this point. Why I said so, I like being very pragmatic and analytical when I'm making points like this and also being objective. When last did you have a steady league in Nigeria? We've had an abridged league. We've had a Corona league that didn't end properly. Even when others kickstarted, we didn't start. So who are the players that plays in this league? What are the clubs? Where is the incentive? If we check the last 4-5 years, our league has not been what it is. And bringing players from such league leaves a question mark. If the league used to be what in the late 80s, early 90s, you know that to have quality, then we exported players from Nigeria down to Europe and they came back to play for us. This time around, the system has made us to import players we don't know about their whereabouts. We only know that maybe you are born of a Nigerian mother, a German father, or a Belgian mother, a Russian father, and you qualify to play for either Nigeria, Russia, and the country of your birth. When the league used to be what it is, we had players that moved from the leagues to Europe and they came back to play for the national team. So as it is now, we find ourselves in a very precarious situation, and desperate situation deserve desperate measures.
But High Chief, that doesn't mean that everything that comes out of this league presently now is bad.
Should be okay. Let me ask you one question.
Let me come.
Okay. As it is now, yes. In Rivers United, I don't want to go far. In Rivers United, who are the star players the last 2 or 3 seasons?
I may not be. I may not be able to tell you. Okay, who are the star players? There is a certain Sanusi. I know he's not in Rivers United. We've got players.
No, I said let's narrow it down to
Rivers. No, I don't want us to narrow it down to Rivers United. Let's look at the MPFL. Let's look at the MPFL because he's talking about the MPFL here now. Yes, you can't tell me that everything coming from the MPFL is bad. Genos Raw. Let's not treat it with kid gloves, or let's not deceive ourselves. He's not a fan of players playing in the MPFL. This statement he has just made now, what I'm trying to say, it's going to demoralize players coming from the local scene. Okay, look at what you saw yesterday. Do you want to tell me that we don't have players that we would have picked from here in various positions, at least out of the 11 positions that played there? We'll have players from the local scene here that will give us better than let's forget about playing football.
We're talking on a general note now. Yes, he went on to say inactivity currently plus.
We're talking on a general
note. The focus was even if you're playing in the MPFL, think only about Chan, which I'm not. Then he went on to say he has picked Ezenwa from Chan. He has picked 1 or 2 names from Chan.
Yeah, last year he did say he had picked, which was the fact actually. He had picked 22 players from the league and they ended up leaving the country. But here's the thing. As much as I'm not comfortable, I'm actually not comfortable with what you said.
We'll get your thoughts, but let's us finish.
Okay. What I was actually saying here is that fine, yes, he picked Ezenwa from Chan. I see picking Ezenwa, allowing him to be within the team is just okay. Let them not say that I don't pick from the local scene. Now we've had the MPFL for quite some seasons. Does Genovro want to say that he usually goes to look out for the highest goal scorer in the MPFL and invite him to the league?
I've not even seen.
Thank you. So why, no matter how bad it is,
even the days of Gambo Mohamed, they had to push Gambo Mohamed to the team, and they just gave him 3 minutes.
Now you have a player that came out as the highest goal scorer from the league. At least give him a chance to come prove what he has been doing there, right here in the Super Eagles. Don't write them off outrightly. If the late Stephen Keshi
and they do this trainings where 11-11.
Yes.
Even if it's not, you get to see what he can do in training.
Yes.
Then
so
he decides if he can play.
If the late Stephen Keshi had decided to overlook homegrown players like this, maybe we won't have the likes of Awaziem and Sondemba in the Super Eagles. You understand what I
mean? You mean something bad then?
Then
Awazim, something about Ezekiel Zweni.
Yes,
and the likes.
Awazim then was homegrown. Ogwabuna, yes. So we won't have the likes of this. I feel he should give them a chance to actually bring to the table what they can offer. Because I'm seeing Gernot Rohr here trying to write them off in every possible means. If you ask him, he'll say, okay, the league is not even on, that's why I'm not selecting from there. Even if the league is on, you say, they are not, no good training facility. Give them the chance to come.
And now you're saying the contract focus on Chan.
Focus on Chan.
Even if they play,
the contract you sign, one of the terms there is that you nurture homegrown. You watch this match and nurture.
That contract, that statement is something I mean, I'm one of the Nigerians that still, I don't understand it. What is he? Is he the one to nurture? Move around.
It depends on what nurture.
To nurture Nigerian players. Anyway, do them go on with your thoughts, because I still don't understand how Gernot Rohr would nurture a team. Anyway,
the thing about the product of the NPFL now, the product called the NPFL, is that it's always difficult to market a bad product. And as much as I question the decision of Gernot Rohr not inviting our players, it's difficult to make a case for the NPFL, especially with the way it is right now. I'm not saying the national coach shouldn't give a look at the NPFL, but you ask yourself, look at the current performances of the NPFL. I mean, we sit in this studio almost every week when the NPFL was on. We talk about the fact that it's no longer the NPFL we used to know. We used to have players move directly. I'm not talking of long history now. As recently as 2012, 2013, look at the way of the performances of our club on the continent. We had Sunshine Stars getting to the semi-finals. We had Kano Pillars within that stretch getting to the semi-finals. Heartland in 2008 or 2009 got to the semi-finals as well. 2009. Eimba was doing well as well on the continent. So
the finals.
It was obvious. It was obvious that the league was working. And when you have players in a league that is working, it's not hard to market them, because once they get to the national team, they show you what they are made of. You know, they show you that it's not that bad. And you also married that with the fact that back then in 2013, because Stephen Okochu, judging by our standards now, to represent us at the AFCON and of course going to the World Cup. Now, if you look at that squad critically, we didn't have players who were doing so well in Europe. I mean, at the level of Nigeria now, I say so because Nigeria, we at least at this current era, we're not so used to players doing so well in their clubs. How many players could you look at and say, okay, these players are not irreplaceable? This current setup, when they were what they were, you know, you look at Tiwobi, you look at Ian Acho, you look at the likes of Ndidi, even in defense, the Oyibo wall now, as we call them, you know, Chustekong and Leo Balogun and other defenders we've got. Exactly. The defenders that you honestly want to ask yourself, we watch the NPFL. I go around and watch the NPFL. I see these players and I'm asking myself, if I want to be true to myself, can I pick a player from the NPFL that would displace this one?
But your reference is not really spot on, because Stephen Okechukwu-Keshi's team is far better than what we have now. We had Victor Moses in that team, who was a Chelsea player.
Okay.
We had Mikel Obi in that team, who was a Chelsea player. We had Emenike then in Fenerbahce. We had fine players who were doing well, not just I'm a club player and probably sitting on the bench. I don't think we have that now, not even in the defense. And these players were still given, Ezekiel Zweni was still given a chance in a team that had this kind of names. Obabona practically kept Yobo on the bench.
On the bench. We had a guy from Warri Wolves then, centre back.
That Yobo was done for. But
Paul Onobi practically kept Mikel on the bench here in Nigeria again.
Initially, I said back then, we had a league that was working. And for a league that produced players on the continent almost every season. I mean, players getting far on the continent now, the semis and all that. The CAF Champions League. It showed you that the league was working. And when you have a working league, you have good players.
Eimba in the semi-final of the CAF Confederation
These days, you ask yourself, how is it so difficult for the so-called top goal scorers, top performance in the NPFL to get leagues, to get to play for leagues outside the country? Why is it so difficult for them to get clubs outside, like it used to be the
Don't you think it's the way we are selling our clubs to them and telling them that players are not good enough?
Were we selling them differently in 2013?
Well, they were getting invitations to the national team.
No, not all of them moved abroad from the national team. Some of them moved directly from here. So you don't need to play the national team to move abroad. If you're that good, The players will come for you.
I can't remember. I can't remember in 2012, 2013, even going far back to when Ahmed Musa moved. I can't remember when our top scorers moved straight to Liverpool or moved straight to Arsenal.
It's
Willem. You go to Willem.
It's not just about.
It's never changed the past 15 years.
It's not just about the top scorers. There's been a decline in the quality in the MPFL. That's fact.
Okay.
But with that said, that's one part of the gist. General on his part, I think it's quite a slap to the MPFL players or the Nigerian league now to, put them as second fiddle to the foreigners. Even if you think it in your head, you shouldn't come out to say it. Because we are all Nigerians. I don't think playing abroad makes you superior to myself playing here.
Because that's what Stevie Node moved to Belgium from MFM. And immediately moved to Belgium. We invited him to the national team.
That's what I'm saying. If you think it, you should think it in your head. Don't say it out. Because it's embarrassing. It's totally embarrassing that our head coach will come up with a statement like that. Because now you're making it sound like the players here are useless because they're playing the Nigerian league. It sounds like you don't even care. If they dazzle like a million stars, it's not your business except they go outside. The facts are there. The fact that there is a rot in the league. The fact that the trainings, the infrastructure here is not comparable to what we have out there, but it's not enough to just totally throw away at the MPFL. Like we all say, you don't throw away the baby with the bathwater. Even if the league is rotting, there are a few good things in the league, and it's your duty to go about and get one or two of them to play. We're not saying make them mainstays, but let them get a chance.
He's even giving us himself.
He's giving
now that
last year he made a comment that he'd given 22 players a chance, and a lot of them they just come to play. They move abroad. Valentine was one for Kewamudo, and the rest of them they play here and off they go abroad. But you don't get out of doing that. You keep inviting them. You're not just doing it because you want them to play, so to speak, in quotes. You're doing it because you value the league, you value our products here. You want the Nigerian products to fly, the MPFL to fly. Domestic content, local content is important for every league. I mean, virtually every country does that. Local content is very important. You don't just throw away your local content because it's sending a wrong signal out there. But the truth has to be said that the MPFL is on the decline. It's been on the decline for years, and you cannot run away from that. Like I said when I started, it's difficult to sell a bad product, and that is where we find ourselves at this point. A lot of persons cannot say what we should have said, cannot cane General the way we should have caned him, because the product we're about selling is a bad one.
All right, well, we would definitely be getting to hear from you. The phone lines has been buzzing, but Genotra said, according to what on Twitter, even if they are flying, it should be allowed, let it be happening. It's more foreign exchange. But be that as it may, if we decide to break down all those names he said he invited and they moved abroad, I can tell you for a fact that it was not totally all because of their performances for the national team that they were to move. Because like Valentine was the one, how many games did he play for Super Eagles to actually get that move? Maybe the under-20s can actually take that glory. But 0817 0000951 0810 9510951. Chibuzo Okonkwo says he's experimenting too much and that he's tired of hearing all these excuses of we are trying players. That's why we are, getting all these results. Meanwhile, Genotroy is saying it was a good test. It was a good game, a good test for my team. Let's look forward to the Tunisian game. Probably we'll get a better performance. And he's also saying that the MPFL players should focus on making the Chan team rather than thinking of the national team for now. They should focus on making the Chan team first, even as he talked about infrastructures and the current issues surrounding the Nigerian Professional Football League. You can join us on the text message portal too. It's 0701 9339 962. Today's Sports Live. Good evening to you.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Rico from Parakot.
Welcome to the show. Let's hear you.
Thank you. Just out of curiosity, can what the lady that was with you guys? It's been long I heard from her.
Oh, which of the ladies? If it's Dorcas, she's moved. If it's Chibogu, she's also moved. She's in the field, as we say at times.
Okay, it's been a while. I just
okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts. But the phone line's still open, and you can also join us on Twitter too. By the way, at Today FM 951, or you can copy me at Wisdom_OB. Today's Sports Live. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. This is Freedom from Rumosi.
Freedom, let's hear you.
I have always said to those that care to hear that Ganatura is racist. And they should.
Hello.
With it. And by saying that before, you said if you allow, always say that if you allow Ganatura to return the foot good sport to English team or to the team with white men, by saying that before you used to say only those that play outside have maybe just like you said, the mother is from Russia, the father is from Nigeria, blah blah blah. And then now you try to say chant. Ganatura is the problem of the Super Eagles. You should stop deceiving people by giving all these flimsy excuses to them. There are good players in the NPFL that you can close your eye and just pick one or two of them to support this. Nigeria has never had a team since the time of Ganatura. Super Eagles has never had a team. Today he's choosing this player, tomorrow he's choosing this other player. And then when it comes out, he gives one or two excuses.
Sorry, we lost that one. Today's Sports Live, good evening.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening. Your name and where you're calling us from?
I'm Selaway. I'm calling
Hey, Selaway. That's according to you. Go ahead.
It's unfortunate that they are headless chicken. So they used to have head.
That's not fair now. Selaway, stone it down a bit.
When you talk about the technical team, they are not capable also. My brother, we are looking at the pattern that we play yesterday. Not actually that we expected to win Algeria, but we want to see some technical input. You understand? Bringing new players. I know they will not gel, but we will see some of the technical input at least. The way they play. But we didn't see it. We didn't see it at all. That's why we're angry. So I think NFL should start thinking twice. Kennerod is not capable at all. Not a good coach at all. All those experiments. If he's a good coach, we have gotten enough players, to be tested. Only new people. I don't see. I think what the NFL even do, the winners of our league, to play most of the European, club side in Belgium, like that place don't know how to play. To play the club side. You start playing there, because it's not because you are a home base, you are not capable to play for Super Eagles. No. If you want to see in Keshi, it's look for Super Eagles. And he brought them and get them together. And we were able to win a Nation Cup. This one way our coach in the talk say you have to play in Canada. But everybody play in Canada. It's rubbish.
No, come on, that's harsh. Thank you so much, Selaway. Today's Sports Live, good evening.
Superman.
Hey, Lawson, welcome to the show.
Superman, this is the sports crew. It's been raining all through here in Yenegua, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yes, seriously, I just don't know. Nigerians are very funny, actually. I don't know. That team Genetro assembled to go and play the Algerian side. Was anybody expecting that team to beat Algeria? Really? Seriously? I mean, that team that cannot even intimidate Rivers United. Do you know that team he assembled cannot even intimidate Rivers United? And then you assemble it and some Nigerians every day now we are going to get revenge. We are going to get our revenge. Revenge against Algeria with that kind of team? I don't know. Nigerians are some kind of people that they just believe they can beat anybody. They don't even know that certain people are above them in anything. No, they just feel assemble anything, we beat them. Without even analyzing and checking. It's really unfortunate that look at the number of years Genetro has spent in Nigeria. Not even a team. He doesn't have a team. I don't even know how to explain this. When West Ham came, that Algeria night, you know West Ham was not the coach. He was sitting on the sideline when they played that game where Nigeria lost to Algeria. Do you understand? But from that point, West Ham took that team from that night. And by 92, that team can play any side in Europe, even, not just Africa. Senegal 92, he was just somehow one or two mistakes. They were the better side. That's how good that team was. That was just 90 to 92. By 94, everybody knew that they were the best in Africa. That's how to build a team.
Right.
People, that's why when people are talking, I think some people knew that Genetron has reached elasticity limit. If he has reached, and then they carry another contract and get to him. Some of us were complaining, crying. People refuse to listen. You understand? And then, now look at what he's doing. So for me, honestly, we are heading for the rock. We are heading for the rock. If we don't look for a way to get Genetron out, nothing is happening. No players is giving an excuse of MPFF players not. Okay, leave the MPFF, leave your own base. Use this your so-called foreign base and get us results. But look at it. This tall man from Belgium, he was just running aimlessly without. I don't understand wisdom, honestly.
All right.
I've never seen this kind of thing. So for me, honestly, Genetron has nothing to offer Nigeria anymore. The earlier we get him, cut him out of this job, the better for football in Nigeria. Especially
all right, thank you so much for your thoughts, Lawson. Today's Sports Live, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Let's hear you.
My name is Christopher. I'm calling you from Pipeline.
Christopher, welcome.
Yes, everybody is a coach when it comes to Nigeria, you know. Even the callers and the people with you in the studio there. You know, when you analyze this sport, you make me remember when I think it should be one of the Gary brothers, Phil, you know, used to analyze on a plastic screen, you know, until they gave him the job. You and I know the outcome. Same thing with Thierry Henry and so on. So football is not the way we think it is here. You know, I think if we are this good in coaching, we shouldn't be here. We should be in one of these top clubs in Africa or Nigeria or even in Europe. You know, but all the same, it's painful that we lost. I know, I understand.
Hello.
Thinking from, you know. But for me, I say is we are playing the best team in Africa. I don't want to know how FIFA grade it, you know, but for me, this is the African champion. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. You're not.
So we are playing the best team in Africa.
By the Nations Cup, yes.
Yes, by the Nations Cup. So it's a good one. 1-0 is not too bad. What do you want Belgium to be doing that drew with Côte d'Ivoire? They are the best in the world, you know. So in this case, I think let's give them second chance. Most of the players are coming in as their first timer. And I think they've not played football for the past 9 or 12 months, if I am not mistaken. And they came together, trained for 2-3 days before a match. So let us not be quick in judging them. We still have to play.
Okay. Okay, sorry, we lost
wisdom. Just wanting to say something to what Christopher said. We are not having an issue if Nigeria lost by a goal to nil. Nigeria was actually the third best team at that Nations Cup where Algeria was also the champion. But having the statistics, just look at it. We lost it in ball possession. We couldn't even trade good passes. We didn't have good shots on target. No.
All right. Today's Sports Live. Good evening.
Yes. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you for giving me the platform to express my position. Okay, thank you. This is very formally.
No problem, Jerry. Go ahead quickly.
Since I say General is bad or it's not good, I mean that Phoenix is not good. If Phoenix is not good, General is not good. Because one of them would have Phoenix would have removed General if he knows that it's not good. So for allowing him to be there, I mean that Phoenix is not good enough. Do you know what it is? To win Nations Cup? Do you think that you play by chance? You want to score by chance? You play. Okay, what is the philosophy? Playing philosophy of General. I mean pattern. He doesn't have.
All right.
Chiku doesn't have. Ejogo doesn't have. All of them doesn't have. Do you know what it took Nigeria to win 5 World Cup under 17? Do you see the quality of the game? What I'm saying is, if General is talking about infrastructure, ask him. Our players are playing abroad with fantastic infrastructure. What has he made of them? What's the quality of the game? Is that the kind of people that win us trophies? I mean, the game.
All right, Jerry.
No, there's nothing there.
All right, Jerry. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Okay. Today's Sports Live. Good evening. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good evening. Welcome to the show.
This is Mr. calling from Rumekini.
Welcome to the show. Let's hear you.
My brother, this is the lowest performance ever seen from Nigerian football.
Since when?
Since I started watching football.
That means you started last year or something, because we've been beating 4-0 before. Beating 4-1 before.
No, it's not a matter of score. I mean performance.
Okay, on the field of play. All right, that's for you.
I couldn't stand up from the place I was throughout it. Because Ganero doesn't have any pattern at all, as I'm talking to you. He doesn't have. I tried to analyze the game and know his game plan. I couldn't see anything. So the best thing for Nigeria to do is just let the man go. Let's look for another person.
All right, thank you so much for your thoughts. Today's Sports Live, good evening. All right, we lost that one. Straight to the message portal. Chidubem.
All right, we've got quite a number of messages here. Good evening, guys. I heard the best players I saw yesterday was Chuka. That's talking about Madika Koye, and that's from Gary from Rupoku. And this one says, please, Onuachu is just a waste. Please, he should just focus on his club career and forget about the Super Eagles. Victor Umbama and some of the strikers here in the MPFL are better than him. He's just tall for nothing. He can't even run to mark ball. Please, he should just go from here and never return. That's from Lutana. Quite harsh words there coming from you. And this one is saying, good evening, presenters. The Super Eagles lost to Argentina was because of the lack of good selection. I think Raw needs to be more technical in his team selection in order to avoid problem in qualifying for the World Cup. And that's from Osadebe texting from Port Harcourt. And this one saying, Chukwueze is beginning to bore me with his selfish playing pattern. Raw should stop inviting him. Raw is an unserious coach and he is not ready to improve. That's from Oscar KJ. And this one says, it's not about winning. There was no good football play from the team to cheer. Extremely awful. And that's coming from Toby. And he also says, please, if this is what professional football is all about, Nigerian players should come back home and play here. The loss is not my problem, but their ball pass could not flow. Which African country will you compare to the Nigerian league? Osas is Nigerian good enough? How can Togo beat MPFL players 2 times in 1 month? NYC continues in the Eagles. That's from Justice from Lagos. And this one says, let's not forget Ghana lost yesterday. It was a bad day for West Africa. That's Michael from Ajib. And this one says, the way we dress our league, that's the way Ghana Raw is addressing us. We are citizens. That's what effort are we putting in to improve this amateur league? Raw's job is to deliver with the best Nigerian players. That's coming from Nathelu from Rumi Bekwe. And also on the WhatsApp platform, we've got a few messages here. This one is saying, the coach to me isn't being the best we have now because he's tactically not up to scratch for me. I'm beginning to imagine having Harvey Renault as the Super Eagles handler. We've retrogressed since the German took over. My good presenter, did you see that we could not string just 5 forward passes together? There's no midfield in that team I saw yesterday, and the coach had no input in the game. It was a horror movie to behold, but my only positive is Paul, the striker. He won the area duels, but his wingers didn't bring anything to the game. That's coming from Smart Palo from Rumebele too. And this one other one here says, good afternoon once again, guys. Concerning yesterday's match, I think the horrific performance we saw yesterday was in solidarity of the ongoing nationwide protest. George from Port Harcourt, I'm sure you're talking about the NSAS protest, but I don't know if that had anything to do with it. The problem with the teams is that the players are not improving themselves. Samuel Chukwueze might end up an average player if he doesn't work on himself.
All right, well, this is where the phone line is really buzzing, but we can't take any more calls. We are out of time. We just have to draw the curtains here. Thank you so much, Chidubem Njoku, for joining us. Fine analysis coming from the guys, really. Even me on this side, I really enjoyed myself. Osas Ehiwe, the one we love to call the demigod of sports. And of course, the High Chief, Okechukwu, who was also here doing justice to what happened yesterday between the Super Eagles, not Super Chickens, and the Phoenix of Algeria. My name is Wisdom Obina. Join us same time, same station, 1 p.m. tomorrow for another exciting edition of today's Sports Life. Until then, stay safe and stay tuned to this dial, Today FM 95.1 FM.
I go hold you away. I go hold you well, oh, fellow ladies. I don't go let you down. I go hold you away. I go hold you well, oh, fellow Nigerians. I don't go let you down. So what you do?
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good evening. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. I am Wealth Wilson. Voting in the governorship election in Ondo State has ended. The voting actually ended around 2:30 p.m. and sorting, collating and counting of the results commenced immediately. So far, from the result from polling units of the candidates of the All Progressive Congress, the People's Democratic Party and the Zenith Labour Party, displayed by national newspaper and television, indicates that they all won in their various units. Governor Rotimi Akeredolu of the All Progressive Congress, who spoke after voting, expressed satisfaction with the progress and dismissed rumors of attack by security operatives. On his part, the governorship candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Eyitayo Jegede, commended INEC on the process but complained of some irregularities on the side of the security agencies. The candidate of the Zenith Labour Party, Agbola Ajayi, who spoke after casting his ballot, said the security agreement was faulty and compromised. He said the procedure being adopted by the INEC is okay, but that from his investigation, there appears to be a compromise on the part of the security agencies. Meanwhile, reports from a polling unit in Akure, the Ondo State's capital, revealed that no fewer than 5 gun-wielding men reportedly invaded a polling unit. Reports say the armed men shot sporadically and dispersed the voting process at Unit 4, Ward 4 in Ijumo or Banla in Akure South local government. INEC officials, media men, election observers scampered for safety as the hoodlums continued shooting for several minutes. The empty shells of dispensed ammunition littered the road where the incident occurred. Men of Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps NSCDC later brought the situation under control. A middle-aged man identified as Boyega, who was reportedly shot and was rushed to the hospital on a motorcycle. The Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of the election, Dig Celestine, confirmed the arrest of those behind the violence in Akure and few other areas, with promised normalcy has returned in parts of the state. NSAS protesters have laid siege on the force headquarters of the Nigerian police, demanding to see the Inspector General of Police, IGP Mohammed Adamu. The protesters, who were in their numbers, insisted that they would not talk to anyone except the IGP. Watched by heavily armed policemen, they chanted songs of solidarity. The protesters rejected to talk to a senior police officer who came out to address them, as they did not listen to the Force Public Relations Officer, DCP Frank Mba, last Thursday. President Muhammadu Buhari has condoled with the family of Yar'Adua on the passing of Hajia Rabi, mother-in-law of his late friend and classmate Shehu Musa Yar'Adua, describing her demise, as a sad loss. The president, who was in Kaduna for the graduation ceremony of the Nigerian Defense Academy NDA, took time away from official schedule to visit the Yar'Adua family house. Senior Special Assistant on Media and Publicity, Malam Garba Shehu, in a statement in Abuja, said the president was received by Hajia Binta Yar'Adua and the late general's widow and daughter of the deceased. The statement quoted the president saying that the late Hajia Rabi lived a useful life worthy of emulation, leaving behind an indelible mark in the lives of many who came close to her, just as he prayed to Allah to accept her good deeds. In commemoration of the World Mental Health Day celebration, the management of the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital has called on the government, individuals and corporate organizations to intensify efforts towards ensuring accessible mental health care and its awareness for all. Speaking at the program, the Chairman Medical Advisory Committee, Professor Prince Will Stanley, lamented over the level of stigma, meager attention and resources accorded to mental health. Professor Stanley, who is also a psychiatrist, consultant at University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital, said the issue of mental health has become a worrisome one, noting that about 30% of the world's population is facing one mental health issue or the other. Professor Stanley stressed the need for governments and corporate bodies to intensify efforts towards institutionalized health policies that will outlive government rather than one that crumbles with the phasing out of an administrative tenure. He went further to recommend that the government should take mental health care services to both primary, secondary, and comprehensive health levels rather than only tertiary health institutions.
The issue we discussed as a topic today as part of this occasion is the availability of mental health for all. And this has become quite a worrisome issue for the single fact that the world is under the pressure of mentally ill persons unknown to it. Because from the statistics we have, about 30% of the world population is suffering from a mental illness, one or the other. In the lecture I gave, it was clear that the years lost to disability appears to be surpassing altogether the communicable diseases and the non-communicable with violence, all the disabilities.
The Chief Medical Director of the institution, who is represented by Dr. Richard Okoja, thinks such as advocacy, public education is not intensified, the world may be losing a major part of the society to mental illness. Of the Nigerian Bar Association has pleaded with Rivers State Police Command to extend the promptness and professionalism leading to the unhot release of their colleague Bisola Ajayi, who was abducted by unknown gunmen, to other members of the public. The chairman of the Port Harcourt branch of MBA, Prince Yekwere, made the plea when he led executive members of the organization on a thank you visit to the office of the Commissioner of Police, Joseph McCon, at the command headquarters on Moscow Road. Yekwere, while commending the officers and men of the state's command for the release of Ajayi, also requested the commitment of the command in rescuing those kidnapped in Bonny, including a husband of a magistrate. The NBA Port Harcourt chairman assured the cooperation of its members with Nigerian police to ensure justice and protection of lives and properties of the citizens.
When our colleague Bushola Ajayi was abducted, we came here to see the Commissioner of Police and urged him to use his good offices to ensure the safe release of our colleague. And as God will have it, our colleague was released. We have thought it wise to come and express our appreciation to the Commissioner of Police and his men. In this case, police displayed promptness, police performed professionally. And then we also want to plead with the police that the promptness with which they carried out the investigation and securing the release of our colleague should be extended to every citizen of Nigeria, irrespective of their class.
In his response, the Commissioner of Police, Joseph Mukanwa, assuring that the command will continue to ensure protection of lives and properties of Rivers people, said the achievement was not because of the person involved, but the level of information, just as he requested for the assistance of the lawyers, especially with useful information in the fight against criminality in the state.
For people to encourage what you are doing, no matter how good or bad, it will ginger you to do more. That's why we're so happy the way this operation took place, and within a short time we were able to achieve success. Was based on the information at our own disposal, give us a lot of clue on how to go about the operation. And it's not as if we are giving preference because we are closer to working together for the same goal, but it's our own responsibility for every citizen. We've achieved a lot of successes that has nothing to do with our constituency. Our records are out there in the public. So whatever response and achievements we get is due to the information at our own disposal. Be rest assured that every citizen will be given every type of protection we've given you to achieve results is for everybody. So we'll continue to partner with treat people. If there's anything we're not doing right, draw our own attention. That's the only way we can succeed.
In another development, the Commissioner of Police in Rivers State, Joseph Mukan, has insisted that the community policing project by the Inspector General of Police would help take the fight against criminality to rural areas. CP Mukan, in an interview with our correspondent Chindo Ejowo in his office, said the community policing will not only involve those to be recruited, but also all the stakeholders, including traditional rulers, youth group, and other organizations. The Commissioner of Police said with the community policing, information about every community and its people will be easily reviewed to help security agencies in fighting insecurity.
And now that the Inspector General of Police have rolled out the community policing, we are taking policing back to the citizens. It's going to be collaborative, and it will make the protection of lives much easier and perfect, because everybody will now be involved. It's not left for the police to just go out there to get information. It's going to be a two-way traffic. You bring it, we give it back to you, because every member of any community will be involved. That's why the recruitment for the community policing project is done in collaboration with the traditional rulers in every communities.
Rivers State government has urged members of the public to ignore claims that primary schools in the state will reopen on the 12th of October 2020. The permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education, Chidie Adiele, in a statement debunked the information that primary schools will reopen soon. Adiele stressed that primary schools were exempted from reopening following the expert medical advice, stressing that a formal publication will be made regarding resumption of nursery and primary schools in the state. The statement further expressed dissatisfaction over the spread of falsification, just as it reiterated that under the Nigerian Constitution, every state of the Federation is at liberty to run its schools. On the foreign scene, TikTok has been banned in Pakistan after the country's telecom regulator deemed that it had failed to filter out immoral and indecent content. It is the latest blow for the beleaguered social media platform, which back in June was banned in India after that country said it had received reports that TikTok and other Chinese apps were stealing and transmitting users' data. The apps is owned by China-based ByteDance, also faces a potential ban in the US over concerns about user privacy. The Pakistan Telecommunication Authority said that its ban would be in place until TikTok introduces a mechanism that would moderate unlawful content, adding that it has received complaints from different segments of the community against immoral and indecent content on the video sharing application. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget to take responsibility, wash your hands frequently with soap on running water, avoid washing your face in high contact surfaces to prevent coronavirus. Once again, good evening. I am Wealth Wilson, and thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.